Vi snakker om klokken. Sigurd må sidde med en skærm, så man kan se nedtælling. Vi har den løsning på hans computer. Jeg sidder med telefonen, appen. Nej, men det gør jeg for præsidenten, men taleren. Ja. Og det fungerer ikke, at det står derovre. Det må være her eller der. Kan du prøve at finde en løsning? Altså et eller andet, hvor man kan have... Ja, lad os gøre det. Først vi gør det, og så hvis Eske ikke er senere, så kan du flytte derover. Godt.
God morgen alle. Good morning everyone. Please find your seats. We're ready to start. God morgen alle. Jeg skal tale på Good morning everyone. I'll be speaking in Icelandic. Þetta stóð raunverulega í handritinu mínu. Ég átti að slá hérna í borðið og nú Well, it's in my manual that I should use the gavel. Welcome to this meeting in Harpa Concert Hall. I hope that you all enjoyed the visit to Halldórsvíkurvirkjun yesterday. We have a long agenda ahead of us today, and the first item we are to discuss is item 3.1. This is a 2023 document for this item that we need to finalize. I make reference to document 3/2023. And you can also find it on our website, norden.org. And if no one's asking for the floor under this item, I propose that we consider this item to have been finalized and adopted, and this concerns 3.1. Next is item 3.2, namely the annual report of the Nordic Council. For your information, it is stated that the Secretariat has made the report available. That it will actually be finished later, but there is a version of the report available now that will also be in a simplified version. We have prepared this to make it more accessible for the general public. This means that it doesn't include the annual financial statements. If no one sign up on the speakers list under this item, I will simply record that we have presented this item for the Council's information. Next is an item concerning the Presidium. It concerns two considerations over members' proposals, and after a discussion, we will move to the vote. First, there is a member's proposal proposals on a strategy for the Nordic Council. I would like to remind you that speakers have 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes for the person to present the proposal, and then if you want to reply, you have 1 minute. And Hanna-Katrin Fredriksson from the Center Group will be presenting this proposal.
President, kjære venner, god morgen.
Dear President, good morning, and I think I will start by speaking in Icelandic.
Yeah.
I would like to thank the chair, and I also thank you for giving me 3 minutes. I don't think that I will need all that time, but regarding the Center Group's proposal, which we have discussed at some length within our group, the Presidium did in September discuss the Center Group's proposal to start working on a strategy for the Nordic Council. And the idea behind it was that while we continue to work on the Helsinki Treaty, which we have done for a number of years already, but the informations that we have changed, and also our working methods, and we also talked about wanting to change the top-down methods that we have applied. And the Presidium then proposed to prepare a new strategy for the Nordic Council's working. Could be something that we could also draw on based on the initial efforts we had done on amendments to the Helsinki Treaty. And therefore, the Presidium proposes that we do not continue on these members' proposals as we have already initiated the efforts to renew the Helsinki Treaty. So we have thought this over, and this is what we propose to do. Please just wait. Is there any question? Anyone who would like to give a reply? No. If not, I thank you, and we now open the floor. No one seems to be asking for the floor, and this means that we have now concluded the debate on this item.
Og þá erum við komin í punkt nummer 42.
We'll continue with item 4.2. This is a consideration on a member's proposal to increase the basic financing for Nordic cooperation organizations. And to present the proposal, we ask Heidi Grene, representing the Center Group, to speak on behalf of the Presidium.
Ordstyrer, kjære nordiske venner.
Dear Nordic friends, Presidium, when we are discussing the basic financing for Nordic cooperation organizations, we need to also stick to the ambition to become the world's best integrated and sustainable region. And increasingly, the funding has become less in proportion to the budgets. And this means that the Nordic cooperation will increasingly be under-financed. The proposal from the Center Group to look at the possibility for increasing the basic financing instead of single-handed project financing would also give more predictability and also reduce the bureaucracy for cooperating organizations. This would also mean that we spend less resources on applications, on control and processing, and also to work more with the resources we have, which would also be good for the Nordic cooperation. We have decided that the contents of the members' proposal should also be part of the Nordic Council's basis for budgetary discussions and be provided to the Nordic Council of Ministers as input. We do not have the necessary basis, and the Presidium proposes that we do not move forward with this proposal at the moment. Thank you. Heidi, could you please remain at the rostrum? Would anyone like to reply? Do you have any questions? And here I would like to remind you that you have some cards that you can raise if you want to ask for a reply. Otherwise, I will move along the list of speakers. Thank you. Next speaker is Katrine Kleveland, representing the Centre Group and Norway. You have 2 minutes.
Takk, president, og
Thank you, President and Nordic friends. Civil society is a basic pillar in our Nordic society, and many organizations play important roles in Nordic cooperation. From 2021, a program was set up to strengthen civil society in the Nordics, and this will run at the moment up to and including 2024. The Centre Group believes that by creating better framework conditions for the Nordic cooperating organization, we will also strengthen democracy. This proposal from the Centre Group is processed as a budgetary item, and this means that the Presidium and the Budget Group in the negotiations with the Council of Ministers will ensure that basic funding are sufficient for Nordic cooperating organizations so that they can run their activities without being dependent on project support, because the budgets have shrunk over the past years. And it is also an additional concern that the Council of Ministers will no longer, based on the recommendation from the Danish Office of Public Accounting from December 22, can give direct support to Nordic cooperation organizations, but that they have to initiate a formal application process that is open to all eligible applications. Our group believes that it will be more difficult for the organizations to plan long-term operations. We therefore hope that the Council of Ministers will also see how they can help the organizations and ensure equal treatment so that they have more predictability instead of having to make applications each year, but that they can also be granted funding for several years.
Þannig að ég hvet þá bara þingmenn til að ýta áfram. Túlkarnir eru að standa sig mjög vel og ítreka þakkir til þeirra. En þá næstur á máli.
Yes, next speaker is Kathy Lee, representing the Left Green Group and Norway. Thank you for giving me the floor. And dear Nordic friends, following the pandemic, we also see that the voluntary organization and civil society struggle to revive activities. Fewer involve themselves in voluntary work, and the organization's costs have also increased in step with the general cost increases in society. Many have reacted to the cutbacks done in the Nordic Council's culture budget, and this also sparked off major discussions with the Council of Ministers. And even if the decisions would be not to move forward with this concrete proposal, it would also stress the importance that we send a strong signal to the Nordic Council of Ministers about the importance of having vital civil societies and thriving cultural organizations that can focus on running their core activities instead of then having to apply for funds for short-term projects and having to cope with the unpredictability, not knowing if they have funds for operations next year. What the organizations really want is simple application processes, more funds, free funds for continuous operations, and also to be granted multi-year support. Dear Nordic friends, culture is the glue in our societies. Where and who would we be without a long-term cultural cooperation between the Nordic countries? Culture was the first sector that was shut down under the pandemic and last to open. And the institutions have been weak and they need our support. Even those Council of Ministers that adopt the budget and grant money, then it's important that we as parliamentarians have a debate and also signal what way we want them to go in regard to Nordic civil organizations and cultural cooperations. What are we as society without strong civil society, and what are we as humans without art and culture? Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Kjell-Arne Ottosson from the Centre Group will be next. Kjell-Arne, you have the floor.
President, kära vänner. Jag har sagt det før, og jeg kommer til å si det flere ganger.
All right, I have said so before, and I will repeat it during this and probably future organizations. Don't forget everyday life.
We cannot forget the everyday lives for everyone living, working around or close to our borders. And we are discussing the border areas. And here we have those individuals who are truly out there working every day, grassroots level. They're working with the challenges and the opportunities for development that we do have in our border regions. And this is where we can truly see and make a difference. And that is why, my friends, there is a lot of concern. I've received a great deal of emails, and people are afraid as to what will happen with this new type of funding. And just as we've heard and said before, we cannot have such a situation where we increase the level of bureaucracy and reduce the work with what we actually should do. At politicians at a national level, we're happy with getting state grants for various places, and we're very precise in what money should be used for. But at local level, this is something that is truly hated. The money should go to the municipality so that the municipality could decide for themselves. And the same thing for our border regions. We have to stop increasing bureaucracy, and instead we have to ensure that we get the most for our money. And you do not get that by having this system where you have to apply for funding and then be afraid that you do not get it. We are to dismantle border obstacles, and we are to look at what makes a difference in these border regions. And that is much more important than how we manage money that is freely available contra the type of funding that we're now discussing.
Og næstur þá Stein Erik Luvas frá Smiðju.
And we continue with Stein Erik Luvas from the S Group.
Det jo sånn at
Well, cross-border committees are in many ways an extended arm for the Nordic councils. They work in the field on the matters that we are discussing here. We will provide the overriding framework. They point out the direction, but it is our cross-border committees that are responsible for implementing this in practice. They work closely with the local authorities, voluntary organizations, local and regional business communities. They are close to the matter at hand, and these committees may be our best tool if we, as Nordic Council, are to fulfill our vision. If we can, if we do something that they don't necessarily have the funds they need for their operations, then I'm convinced that the Nordic Council will do themselves this favor. It was important to take the floor and give a strong signal both to our Presidium but also the Council of Ministers, stating that the cross-border committee's funding needs to be strengthened, not weakened. And I hope that I have all of you with me when we are to then send this signal on to where it belongs. Thank you.
Takk fyrir þetta. Það eru ekki fleiri skráðir á mælendaskrá hjá mér.
Thank you. We do not have any more speakers on our speakers list, and I see no one in the room wishing to speak, which means that we conclude the debate under this agenda item, which means that now things are getting to be exciting, because now we're going to vote. And I think that the technicians as well are kind of curious to find out to what extent the voting system will work. And I hope that all of you have this little white thingy on your tables. And if you do not, please call a member of the staff. And I hope that this will be working. And we're going to do a test run, just like Eurovision. We're going to test and see that things actually work. And you have, for yes, the green button, and that's number 1. And if you're against something, you press the red button, that is number 2. And if you want to refrain from voting, then it's number 3. And once you have voted, you also have to see the message on your little gadget saying received. And it is important that everyone now does vote, because we have to make sure that we have all the votes properly registered from the various devices. And the question that is to be voted on is on the screen. And the question is, does the number on your little voting gadget match the number on your name tag? Have you understood the question? Then I ask you to vote and check that the little screen on the device says received. Has everyone voted in this test run? And let's see, then we close that vote. And we have one person who has answered no. And that individual will have to see the technicians to check whether there is a problem. And those who have voted refrain, please visit the technicians at that table as well, because it seems like you have a problem as well. Or if you raise your hands, we'll have a technician coming to you. This is not a secret ballot, so you can raise your hand if you have a problem. Do we need to do another test run? Okay, so we will vote again with the same question that is to be answered. Do the numbers match? The numbers that you have on your little voting device, does that match the number that you have on your name tag? You're supposed to have a number there together with your name. And, well, you should have the same number on your documents. So, do the numbers match? And that is the question. And we open the vote, and everyone has to vote. And if you do have a match, then you press the green button for yes. And we'll open the vote again. Great. Looks like everything is working, and that means we can continue. And now we're going to move into the vote, the proper vote. And we're voting on 4.1, consideration member proposal strategy for the Nordic Council. And if you're in favor of this proposal, you press 1, the green button. If you're against, number 2, the red button. And if you want to abstain, then press number 3. And the vote is open. And I hope everyone has voted. And we close the vote. And we'll see the outcome of the vote. And we have 56 in favor, 1 saying no, and 1 has abstained, which means that this has, with a great majority, been approved. And we continue with agenda item 4.2, member proposal to increase the basic funding for Nordic collaborative organizations, A1923. If you're in favor, 1 for yes. If you're against, red button, no. And if you want to abstain, then number 3, which is the color yellow. And we open the vote. And we close the vote. And you see the outcome, 53 in favor, no vote, and 6 that abstained. And that means that this proposal has been approved. And we have dealt with agenda item 4. And we will continue with our agenda and agenda item 5. And here we have defense and security, and we start right on time. And we're going to deal with the motions first and then proceed with the vote. 5.1 is Nordic support for the reconstruction of Ukraine. And we're going to begin with this agenda item. And we hand over to Lorena Delgado Varas, please.
Tack så mycket. Ja.
Thank you. Well, we're united Presidium, and we support the proposal from Nordic Green Left to give support for the reconstruction of Ukraine. War leads to destruction, damage. Families are separated. People are forced to leave their homes. And we see today how millions of Ukrainians have had to leave their homes, their countries, and are now spread across Europe. And 90% of these are women with their children. And after having had escaped and mourned, well, once that period is over, people will move back home and to an area where things have been destroyed, where they need to rebuild, free Ukraine. And this is something that will take time, require resources, and the Ukrainian population will continue to need support from the world around them. And already before the war, we had a developed collaboration with Ukraine. We want this to continue, and we also want to extend the democratic room, and we want to help doing that. When Ukraine will need support with rebuilding schools, hospitals, homes, well, then the Nordic countries need to stand firm and show solidarity. The state government structures will have to be rebuilt. Civil society will need support, and we support the three proposals that we have from Nordic Green Left, that we exchange information about continuing the collaborative projects that we have between the Nordic countries and Ukraine, that we work in order to secure Nordic European funding for lending support to Ukraine for the reconstruction, and also in the work against corruption and for a democratic handling of public funds. Letters have been sent out, and we're happy to see that the Nordic governments have truly helped and shown solidarity when it comes to Ukraine. Apart from giving support to the defense of Ukraine, the Nordic countries through the UN and the EU is also positive to helping with the reconstruction. And we see already that funding is needed for peace programs and to help people. And the Nordic countries also are in favor of working with sanctions against Russia to force Russia to leave Ukraine. Difference. When countries are in such a vulnerable situation at war, well, then we have to help out. And the Nordics, well, we have a great history of solidarity. Through solidarity, we also build confidence, we can build alliances, and we can build a safer future. Thank you.
Takk fyrir það.
Thank you. Let me remind you that if you wish a rejoinder, then you raise that little paper you have, and preferably before the speaker has finished. And we continue with Anna Starbrink from the Center Group Norway. 2 minutes.
President och nordiska vänner, Rysslands
Thank you, President, Nordic friends. This brutal aggression that we've seen against Ukraine, it has led to unfathomable suffering amongst the population, and the war has to end, but peace has to be constructed on Ukraine's conditions, and there has to be justice. Russia has to be made liable for the war crimes. And what can we do? Well, we feel that we have good proposals that we have been presented, and we're also very positive when it comes to the replies to the letter from the Council of Ministers, that you can apply for funding for work that is being done in the neighboring area, and I hope that this will be beneficial. Our countries will be stronger together, and we now recommend Nordic governments to continue to work together based on the proposals that we are voting on today, and that way we can continue to build on what the Nordics has been doing before. Let me also say that it is important to understand that it's Ukraine that has to shape its future. We have to lend support. And what we see today is that the war, unfortunately, most likely will continue for a long time, and we have to assist Ukraine in a continuous manner with reconstruction to ensure that there is infrastructure and societal structure that is functioning in the country. We support the proposal that has been presented here today, and we appreciate the unity that we see in this matter. Thank you.
Takk fyrir kærlega og þá næstur Orri Páll Jóhannsson.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Orri Páll Jóhannsson, representing the Nordic Green Left. Yes, I'll be speaking in Icelandic. We've been able to follow the terrible consequences of Russia's aggression in Ukraine has brought on to them, and we feel that we are simply observers without the ability to do anything when it comes to peace in Ukraine. It's caused millions of lost lives, and it has also had unfathomable consequences in Ukraine for public administration, infrastructure, schools, and institutions have been destroyed, and it will take a lot of money to rebuild all this infrastructure. And the reconstruction in Ukraine will be a huge task that will take a long time, at least a decade. We can help our neighbors, we in the Nordics. We can help them develop public administration and infrastructure, and also the education system. The bill for this will be high, but we can help Ukraine both by guarantee Nordic and the European funding for these efforts. But it's also important that the money is spent in such a way that we can counter corruption within Ukraine, and also to promote democratic structures and ensure transparency. The Nordic Green Left is very satisfied with the proposals we are presenting, and of course, would anyone like to reply? Yes, Katrín Fredriksson. I will also be speaking in Icelandic.
Ég þakka Orra fyrir framsöguna.
All right, I will thank Orri Páll for the fine words, and I share his intentions, but I would like to ask him what his thoughts are on the Nordic Green Left's ideas, namely if in addition to support for Ukraine, if he believes that it may be possible to amend the proposal to recommend to the Nordic governments that you target support to other neighboring countries that will also need similar support, and support for the media, for reconstructions, etc. Because there's also a similar situation that other countries face that don't have a war in them, but this is also a challenge for them, and it's part of a greater task.
Og igen på islandsk.
All right, Orri Páll, you have 1 minute. Thank you for your question. I certainly believe that we would be able to do that, that we can also work to ensure this. But At the same time, I believe that the needs in Ukraine is so massive since there is a war going on there. But this may also serve as a model for support to other countries. But it would be great if we could help other countries the same way. Simon Holmström would also like to reply.
Thank you, President. War is the worst thing that can happen in humanity, but another big problem is the environment, and the clean environment is also decisive for Ukraine's future. And that the world does have a responsibility in the reconstruction of Ukraine, but we also have an obligation in bringing the perpetrators to justice. And what does the delegate feel about that? How can we, the Nordics, use environmental law to make Russia pay also for the reconstruction?
Takk fyrir, Orri Páll, gjör svo vel.
Já, ég þakka
Yes, thank you for your question and the reply. Well, this is an aggression on the part of Russia. It's an aggressive war. We normally talk about the Russian government and not Russia. In Russia, people live who honestly do not want to participate in this war, and they don't have the same intentions as the Russian government does. We have previously said that it's important to draw a distinction here. We must certainly not exclude the entire Russian population from our plans. We need to reconstruct Ukraine. We need to use every possible means and methods to hold Russia accountable for the war they're waging. All right, no one has asked for the floor, so next speaker, Angelica Bengtsson.
Tack, fru ordförande.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry for the delay. I had to wait for the interpretation. I'm so happy that we can stand here today being united and support this proposal. The war in Ukraine will require many years and the assistance from many countries for recovery and reconstruction. And I've spent many summers in Poland, a neighboring country to Ukraine, and I deeply feel for the Ukrainian population. And I also want to mention that Poland truly has been of great assistance. The proposal from Nordic Green Left is surprisingly good and well balanced, and I'm happy that the entire Presidium and we, all of us here as well, can stand united behind this proposal. Of course, we are to help and support Ukraine in the reconstruction of the country. The cause of Ukraine is our cause. Now we have a war in our neighborhood, and we have to remember that it is Ukraine that is to be rebuilt. We're not building a new Nordic, but we have to give assistance. We have a collaboration in the Nordics, and if we continue that collaboration, then we can do more good. We think that the proposal is good, and we also want to stress the fact that we can all do more for Ukraine and the Ukrainian population. Thank you.
Takk fyrir þetta, Angelique. Þá eru ekki fleiri á mælendaskrá.
Thank you. I have no other speakers on my list. And unless anyone else signs on, then I consider this debate to have been ended. This brings us to item 5.2, namely a consideration regarding members' proposal for Nordic defense and security policy situation. First, Anna Starbrink from the Center Group, you have 3 minutes.
Tack så mycket, presidenten.
Thank you, President. Dear Nordic friends, the Center Group wants to say thank you to the Presidium for backing our proposal about the Stoltenberg II report. The Presidium proposes that the Nordic Council recommends the Nordic governments to produce a total defense report looking into the shared security and defense of the Nordics, and that the role of the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers should also be reviewed in this work. These are important recommendations, and it's also something that our citizens feel is important. There was a survey conducted in 2021 where 3,400 individuals in the Nordic countries commented and gave their views and priorities, and it is clear that security, safety, preparedness and climate are the most important topics that we saw in that survey. And this is nothing new. This is something that we've seen over several years with 3 different surveys over a time span of 5 years. And we see there is strong support among the citizens and also a lot of demand for more developed Nordic collaboration around security and safety. And the Nordic Council has been working with these issues for a long time. We've been pushing for a report on our total defense, and we have had valuable reports previously, but they've had limited mandates. The Nordic collaboration has to be developed and adjusted to the new reality around us, what we see in foreign and defense policy. A new total defense report could be an important part of such a process, and therefore we need to give a broad mandate. It is particularly important that we have a shared Nordic opinion as to the security situation around us. We see that with the Russian aggression on Ukraine and the change in the threat that we see in Europe. And when making an analysis, we also have to look at geopolitical differences between countries, and we have to look at what we can do together. But we do have different preconditions for how to act. The Presidium stresses that we should take an overall perspective when it comes to security, peace promoting and civil preparedness actions. And it is obviously so that the report should also look at the role of the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Nordic Council, considering the new reality that we're living in when it comes to security and defense policy. And I hope that all of us can support this proposal. Thank you.
Takk fyrir þetta, Anna. Og þá tekur til máls Hanna Katrín Fredriksson.
Thank you. And we continue with Hanna Katrín Fredriksson.
President, kjære venner.
President, dear friends, I always have a hard time to decide whether to speak Scandinavian or Icelandic, but I'll try with Scandinavian. The attitude of the Presidium towards this proposal is positive, but there is a request to change the title and no longer talk about the Stoltenberg report, but instead to talk about a total defense report. This is a cosmetic change, I would say, that we, the Center Group, can approve. And the starting point for the original proposal from the Centre Group was that we want to have a shared security analysis that can form a basis, a foundation for shaping a picture of the new situation that we're now in when it comes to security and defense. We wanted to take the success that we saw in 2009 with the Stoltenberg report. And we have to make sure that, well, we look at how to work with these reports and who delivers it. That is not all that important, but that it is being done because we have a new security situation and that need to be analyzed. We also have Finland and Sweden becoming members of NATO, and well, this means that it's important to take a broad perspective. Something else in the proposal from the Centre Group is that the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers and their role in this security collaboration, that role should be revised. And here we propose that it's time to formalize the collaboration that we do on security. And we are center of a very strategic, important area, the Baltic Sea area. We have the Arctic, the Atlantics, and we need each other, and NATO also needs us. And we need to now have a good shared starting point for continued efforts. Thank you. And we continue with Tobias Drevland Lund, Nordic Green Left, please.
Thank you, President, dear Nordic friends. I would like to thank the Centre Group for this proposal. Everyone in this hall understands how important a strong Nordic cooperation is, and with Russia's aggressive and unlawful aggression against Ukraine, this has become even more important. We need to stand united, and therefore we wanted to also explore the possibilities of extending this to the defense and security areas. On behalf of my group, we are happy that the Presidium also sees that it may need a holistic part, also focus on the peace building and look at the civil protections. We're also happy that the defense concept has been extended to also include total defense and that it has a broad mandate. A total defense report is absolutely necessary, and it is important that we also look at the role of the Nordic Council and Council of Ministers and also see how we can strengthen this role. Thank you. Yes, I would like to you to wait at the rostrum a bit, and Ole Elvestuen has asked for a reply. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to see that the Nordic Council also supports the proposal, even though it's slightly modified as part of the Centre Groups. But part of such a commission's mandate would be to look at Sweden and Finland's membership in NATO. I didn't hear you mention that. So would the Nordic Green Left also agree that Finland's and Sweden's membership of NATO would also be an important basis for the report? And if you see it as a positive step that they join NATO. I believe that Member Elvestuen also knows that I will not change my mind on this at the rostrum. But the basis and the situation of the neighboring countries will also change if Sweden and Finland join NATO, and it would also therefore be natural to take this into account in the report. Thank you. I have no other speakers on my list. And this means that we end the discussion of this item. Next item is 5.3, considerations regarding the members' proposal to adapt the Nordic Council's organizations to the security policy situation, the document A 1919. The first speaker is Anna Falkenberg, representing the Center Group.
Tak for ordet. Kære alle.
Thank you, dear all. I would like to speak Swedish.
Det her forslaget fra Mittengruppen.
This is a proposal from the Center Group that it deals with something that has today with discussing security and defense policy in a specific committee. Today it's the Presidium, and here we do not have a majority in the Presidium to move these issues from the Presidium to a committee, but a majority in the Presidium wants to keep these issues within the Presidium, but also wanted to find methods so that we can strengthen collaboration around these issues. The Presidium also feels that we need to look at the committee structure of the Nordic Council and do that in the context of a possible revision of the Helsinki Treaty. And with the new mandate, we can also have a committee for security and defense. Thank you.
Anna, og þá næst á mælendaskrá Anna Starbrink frá miðjuhópnum.
And we continue with Anna Starbrink from the Center Group. President, dear Nordic friends, the deterioration in the security situation, the Russian horrible, unjust aggression against Ukraine, and the applications from Finland and Sweden to become members of NATO. Well, this is something that totally changes the preconditions for the security and defense policy, and also gives more dignity to this type of collaboration in our Nordic cooperation. The Center Group would like to see that we change our working methods so that we can contribute in a more transparent manner and more efficiently when it comes to security, defense, foreign policy. We feel that that would have been a good thing, but we also understand the reasoning that this should be linked to the continued discussions about the revision of a Helsinki Treaty and the work that needs to be done leading up to such a possible revision, and that is why we can support the proposal from the Presidium. But I want to stress on behalf of the Center Group that it is important that we continue the work relating to the Helsinki Treaty. We have to have the right preconditions. We have to have a forum for dialogue and collaboration between parliamentarians in the Nordics around defense and security policy. This is very, very topical in all our countries, and we have so much to gain from such a collaboration, and we cannot underestimate the benefit of such collaboration. Thank you.
Takk fyrir kærlega, Anna, og ég sé ekki.
Thank you, Anna. I see no one else wishing to speak concerning this proposal. And that means that we have finished the debate on this agenda item, and we're going to move into a vote. And we're going to vote on these three motions. Let me just mention that we have a slight mistake in this document where we have security and defense. Item 5, first column, it says 5.2, and of course we should start with 5.1. Just a typo. The first thing to vote on is 5.1, and I hope that this is not going to complicate things unnecessarily. And we start with the proposal concerning Nordic support for reconstruction of Ukraine and you're in favor, you press the green button for yes. If you're against, the red button for no. And if you want to abstain, then it's the yellow button and number 3. And the vote is open. Has everyone voted? And then we close the vote. We have 58 in favor, and it's unanimous. Next item to be voted on is a 1926 shared Nordic security and defense. In favor, yes. Against, no. And if you abstain, number 3. And the vote is open. Has everyone voted? If so, we close the vote. And here we have 55 in favor, which means that it's unanimous. And we then proceed with the vote on the proposal to adjust the Nordic Council organization, considering the new security policy situation. In favor, yes. If you're against, no. And if you want to abstain, then it's button number 3, and the vote is open. Has everyone voted? And if that is the case, well, then we close the vote. 57 voted in favor of this proposal, which means that it has been approved. And we have dealt with agenda item 5. And we will adjourn for 15 minutes so that you can go outside, have a cup of coffee. And we proceed again at 10:20. Thank you.
Da klokken 10:20, så
we are now 10:20, so please take your seats so that we can start up again. We will start up again. Welcome back after this break. We will move on to item 6 on the agenda, the Presidium proposal on the Nordic Council's international strategy. We will first discuss the proposal and then we will move to the vote. And you can see on the floor behind me the list of speakers. I first go to the spokesperson of the Presidium, who is Oddny Hardadottir from the S Group from Iceland. You have the floor. Since 2022, a working group with members from all the party groups in the Presidium have worked on a development of a new international strategy for the Nordic Council. Already in March 2022, it was decided that the working group's mandate should be prolonged because of Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine. The new security situation meant that the working group needed more time. I would like to thank President Erkki Tuomioja and the Vice Chair Lulu Ranne, who led this working group. I would also like to thank all the members of this working group. On behalf of the Presidium, I would also like to thank for constructive input from all committees and party groups, from different experts, and also from the Nordic Council's representatives from Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and Åland. The strategy is based on the first international strategy of the Nordic Council and defines the strategic and long-term objectives of the Council in the international area. The Nordic Council collaborates closely with a number of international, regional, and national parliamentarian organizations. In a non-secure world, it is extremely important that we strengthen this cooperation even more. The strategy has 3 pillars: security in the Nordic region and the surrounding areas, a rule-based world order and the Nordic model, and also the development in the Nordic region and globally. We also have objectives and recommendations to the Council of Ministers and the Nordic governments. The objective of the Nordic Council is to be known and respected as a player in the international arena. This should be based on common values, the welfare of the citizen, and the security of the region. The Nordic region shall become the most integrated region in the world. And it means that we need to act together and react together on international challenges. Today, we are perhaps more united than ever before, and the Nordic citizens want an even closer Nordic cooperation. Nordic solutions are being demanded, and we have everything to win by standing even more united on the international arena. In our international cooperation, we will share our experiences with the Nordic model and the regional cooperation, and we will also learn from others. We will continue to work in favor of democratic values, peace building, and human rights. And we will strengthen the contacts with like-minded partners in order to secure sustainable, a more fair and democratic world. I'm very happy and proud that we have obtained a result that all the members in the Presidium are rallying behind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've had a reply, Annette Lind from the S Group. Odni, can you just wait? There is someone who has a reply to this. Go ahead. Thank you very much. I'm taking the floor because the Social Democrats, we don't have a spokesperson, but I would like to say that in our group we do support, of course, the international strategy. It's more important than ever that we work together on the security policy. We have not been able for a number of years to be able to speak about peace and other issues, but now there's a war going on in our neighboring region, and I think it's very important now that we base ourselves on democratic opinions, and we talk about peace and strategy, and we do support this international strategy. Would you like to give you an answer to that? Maybe I can do that in Icelandic, says the speaker. Yes, I support every word I've heard from Annette, from the S Group. The Nordic cooperation has never been more important, I believe, than it is today. And we have big challenges also that we need to address when it comes to the green transition, and not least also how to address the problems we see around us. And we also have to defend and preserve the Nordic model. All the changes in the world will contribute to more equality, not less equality. So I can say that I support everything that Annette said. Thank you very much. Let's move on with the speakers list. Next speaker is Hanna Katrin Fredriksson, the Center Group from Iceland. 2 minutes speaking time. I don't have a timer here, so I will just make a noise when you are about to have to conclude your speech. Thank you, President, dear friends. I was member of the working group, and I have to say that it is a pleasure to be able to stand here and deliver on this. I would like to take this occasion to lead the attention to the following points from in our new international strategy, and I will quote what it says. We have 4 points here. The Nordic Council wants to be a lively forum for parliamentarian debate on Nordic foreign affairs and security policy and public safety and total defense. Nordic Council wants to strengthen the parliamentarian dimension in the Nordic defense cooperation. For instance, in connection with the annual roundtable meetings in Nordefco, Nordic Council wants the Nordic country to strengthen their cooperation in the field of foreign affairs, defense and security, also civil preparedness that will contribute to the public safety. And Nordic Council also want the Nordic governments to consider if there is a need for an update of the Helsinki Agreement that is better suited to the new reality that we see within foreign affairs and security. Dear friends, we are in agreement on these points. Let us now, and I want to say that we should continue and follow up on this proposal, that we devise an action plan in order to achieve these goals. And finally, I would like, on behalf of the Center Group, to thank the working group for a very constructive and good cooperation. Thank you very much.
Takk skal du ha. Da må jeg bare...
Thank you very much, and I need to correct myself because that we have a technical thing here. We have someone sitting down in the room with a computer screen, so when you have 30 minutes left, you will see 30 minutes on the screen and 15, and then there will be a red light. So we will follow this in order to keep track of the time here. Okay, let's move on the speakers list. Lorena Delgado Vara, Nordic Green Left from Sweden. You have the floor. Dear Nordic friends, the strategy is based on the situation and historical questions. I will not go into everything here, but I want to lift up a few aspects that we think are extremely important to prioritize. We want to focus on the Arctics and the Northern Atlantic should be an area with low tension, and that you respect the rights of indigenous people. This is very important when you think about the actual situation that we see in the world today. The Nordic Council works for democracy, rule of law, peace and human rights. And every day we see how the democratic space is shrinking in the world today. And many look to the Nordic region in order to build up very stable democracies. It's important that we don't have a false security here, and that we forget to fight against the anti-democratic forces that we see in the world. We have seen several examples of racism and discrimination. This has also come into our legislation. This is a very worrying development, and this is not a part of the Nordic values. We live in a time when women's rights are being reduced. We heard that yesterday Citrina Vedinska is in prison because she helped women to abortion in Poland. In the US, we heard a proposal that women who have an abortion shall be condemned for murder, could be to a capital sanction. And we have to work for the women's sexual and reproduction rights, especially the right to abortion. And this is far away from the Nordic border, but it's important. And then we have to work for a sustainable development. We need to stand behind the objective in the Agenda 2030, because this is a good example for other countries. We have to work to become the most sustainable region in the world. And the truth is that time is running very fast here. We have to be much more pragmatic in these matters. We need to do more than to move away from fossil fuels. We also need to change our pattern of consumption and use the resources of this planet in a much wiser way. Thank you very much. I would like to say that time is running very fast up here as well. So please pay attention to the screen so that you keep track of the time. 2 minutes speaking time. Next speaker, Staffan Eklöf, Nordic Freedom, Sweden.
Thank you. Nordic Freedom will vote yes to adopt the international strategy. It's mainly good, but I see it as an expression both for willingness and constructiveness. But there are a couple of flaws that I would like to point out. First, the concept of nationalism is used in a negative and sloppy way. This has been used by many for political reasons in Sweden for decades, and we agree that this should not be used for political purposes, and point out that this is a very broad ideology that this concept is included. It can also be included and create solidarity with people. The Nordic Council should use the concept more precise in the future. For example, which form of nationalism that it directs its concepts to. The Nordic Council of Ministers tasked 2 researchers to respond to what we are to do with the climate challenges, and spread of technology was one. And for sustainability, it's also important to use fossil-free, not only renewable energies soon. Then nuclear fuels may also be used, and then you can also extract 50 times as much energy from it as we used to. Thank you. Yes, but just wait at the rostrum, because, 2 people have asked for the reply, the first one being from Lorena Delgado Varos. Yes, in Sweden, we are well familiar with the presidency's definition of nationalism, and there has been attempts to introduce legislations where you want to distinguish between people to develop Sweden. How do you consider that that may promote democracies and create a more politically stable Nordic region? Well, when it comes to the use of this concept, nationalism is a broad ideology. Socialism is a broad ideology, and socialism have also examples where, for example, 1 million people were starved in the name of socialism. 50 million have also died for other reasons under socialism in China. There are also monstrous examples of socialism, but I also know other cases, and I only ask that the knowledge and the honesty be applied when you use the term against other political opponents. Thank you. There's Ola Elvestuen, representing the Centre Group, has also asked for the floor. Yes. I also react to the use of the concept nationalism and the change content of nationalism that you apply. For me, this is only a negative term, and it is exclusive to actually use it in a historical context. In this situation, it represents an exclusive way of thinking. My question is, how can you use nationalism without using it in an exclusive manner? To me, that is incomprehensible. All right, please respond if you want to. Yes. You put your finger on the problem here. Certain people understand this as a negative concept, but it contains many different components, and it also is a broad ideology. Nationalism works also in an inclusive way, and we use it on a daily basis in our Nordic countries for unity. And it also contributes to the trust that we enjoy in our countries and in the Nordics. And it also contributes to a sense of unity, that we can care about the people we live with. Thank you.
Jeg registrerer at det også er andre som
I note that there are also others who want to sign your name for a reply, but if you want a reply, then you need to sign your name on the list of speakers during the speech, so we will not accept them. So we move on to the list of speakers. Thank you, Savannah Eklöf. Next speaker is Johan Dahl from the Centre Group and the Faroe Islands. Yes, thank you for giving me the floor. You have done a good piece of work in your group on the international strategy on behalf of Nordic Council, so I thank you. We live in a world and a region that has changed radically, and therefore it's important for the Nordic Council to have a broader international strategy, because our region is very strategically important. It starts in the Baltic Sea and also moves around the Nordics and up north. It is my duty on behalf of my country to, and I hope it will be well received, there should be an increased focus on the West Nordic countries, the north of the Atlantic, the Faroe Islands, Iceland and Greenland. They're part of, they're not a peninsula like Scandinavia, but we are surrounded by ocean. That makes us more vulnerable and also gives us a special challenge. And therefore, there should be a general change in the way that the Nordic Council think about the Nordic countries, because just too often it happens that we talk about the 5 Nordic countries and not think about ourselves as 8 countries. We're not 8 nations, but we're 8 countries with different countries, geographic locations, languages and culture. And this should also be mentioned. And that would also, and therefore it should be better reflected in the proposal for an international strategy for the Nordic Council. I have not noted down anyone asking for the floor to Johan Dahl, and we move on. Next speaker is Ari Pál Johansson, representing Nordic Green Left and Iceland.
Beklager, det var en replikk likevel som var tegnet seg innenfor tida.
Sorry, there was a reply and I just didn't have time to note it down. All right. Sebastian Tinkunen, representing Finland and Nordic Freedom. Yes, President, members, I would like to thank the previous speaker for your presentations. Yes, well, I mean, if you need translation, then please put on your headset. All right, we hope that interpretation is working, and I would like to thank the chair. And what I said was that I thanked the previous speaker for his presentation. It's very befitting when we think about the previous speaker, because there was mention of nationalism. You mentioned 8 nations, and that's what we talk about within the Nordic Freedom, and it's important to highlight all the 8 countries so that each one can also highlight each other individual matters, and we must not forget that we are 8 within this. Johan Dahl? Thank you. Sebastian, I fully agree. We need to get accustomed to the fact that Greenland and the Faroe Islands and also other parts of the Nordic families are countries. We are countries, even though, like I said earlier, we're not separate nations. And I think it's very important that going forward that we are actually referred to as countries, especially when it comes to strategies like the present one. Thank you. And thank you. All right, someone else asked for the floor, but like I just said, if you want to reply, you need to sign on the list of speakers during the speech. And if you want to give an intervention, you can do that, but not necessarily reply. So if you want to sign on the list of speakers, please do so now. All right, we move on. The next speaker is Ari Pál Johansen from Nordic Green Left, representing Iceland.
Chair, I will speak in Icelandic. And it's quite clear that we talk about a broad strategy here, which in many ways is building on the existing strategy. And I don't need to go into the details here, but I would take this opportunity to lift a question that we have often mentioned when we speak about environment issues. This is an important thing to do in order to restrain the use of black oil, so to speak, in the Arctic region. We want to defend and preserve this very important region and area, and we also want to defend the rights of minorities. And the use of this type of oil will increase or is increasing the effects on the climate, which is why it is important to ban the use of this type of oil. And I hope that we can agree on such a step, and this in the interest of the climate. Thank you very much. I cannot see that anyone had asked for a reply, so I move on the speakers list. Next speaker is Bryndís Haraldsdóttir, Conservative Group, Iceland. And you can still make a sign if you want to be on the speakers list. You have to do it during Bryndís' speech. Thank you. I will also give my speech in Icelandic. I would like to thank the working group for this strategy. I know that it is a big work that has been done in order to develop this strategy. All the Nordic countries have worked a lot on international issues, and I'm not surprised to see that many also wants to work with us. I would like to remind you how important it is that we always have a focus on the Arctic region. And I support also the help to Ukraine, that we speak about democracy in Belarus and in Russia. But we must not forget that Russia is a neighboring country and to all in the Arctic region. And the changes that we now see are so big that I'm not sure that we are aware of how big these changes are. I think one could say that the Arctic region has started boiling because the temperature is increasing 3 times faster there than in the rest of the world. And this has, of course, enormous consequences for the environment, for security matters. And it's very important for me to underline that we must never forget the Arctic region and that we always put this on the agenda. We have said no to all forms of cooperation with Russia, but one mustn't forget that the most important forum that we have is the Arctic Council. And we must remember that all of us in the Nordic countries, we are Arctic countries. We have to remember that it is a big risk that the Arctic region becomes a region with high tension, where the US, Canada, and Russia needs to be included in this cooperation. And in the Nordic region, we need to defend human rights and climate questions. This always needs to be on the agenda. Okay, thank you very much. I haven't seen anyone else on the speakers list, so we can consider the discussions on Nordic Council's international strategy for closed. No, I'm very sorry. We have someone who wants to take the floor, who is not on the screen. But I'll try to remember all the names, but I couldn't do that right now. Doris Jensen, S Group Greenland, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Dear friends, we would also like to say something on behalf of Greenland. Greenland, we mean that we are a country and we have to have a strong and continuous foreign policy. We are a proud people and we want to have maximal influence on the development in the world and also, of course, the development in our neighboring region and in the Arctic region. But we are also realistic. We are few people in Greenland. Not as many as in the other Nordic countries, which is why it's very important for us to have a cooperation with other interests in order to obtain the best results in the Nordic region. We cannot just sit silent without speaking up. And that is why I want to take this opportunity to say that we also want to be able to have an influence in the Nordic region. It is therefore very important that Greenland is also included in the strategic work that is taking place, also when it comes to international affairs or foreign affairs, because they will also affect us in Greenland. And we think about agreements that have been concluded recently, competence exchange within the Arctic Council and so on. And we consider then that a good and thorough debate here in Nordic Council is important. And I would just conclude by saying thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Doris,
Yes, Doris, perhaps you can just wait. There's a reply from Johan Dahl and the Center Group. Johan Dahl, where are you? Yeah, thank you very much, Doris. I would just like to say that I agree completely in Doris's opinion when it comes to the strategies that we are devising. It's important to also take into consideration the countries in the North Atlantic region when it comes to cooperation. Could you please repeat what you said? Asks the speaker. Yes, I just said that I agree completely with your opinion, and I think it's extremely important that Greenland and the Faroe Islands and the Arctic areas are being included in the work that is being done with the Arctic cooperation and also in the strategies that we have for the North Atlantic Ocean when we talk about policy making. Do you want to answer? Yes, please. Yes. Greenland and the Faroe Islands are very similar when it comes to the population, and we have many of the same challenges when we talk about the international work that we're doing. And it is very important for us to cooperate if we want to exert an influence on the Nordic work that is being done. I think when we cooperate, we will be stronger, both of us. So I'm 100%, I agree 100% with what you said. Thank you very much, Doris Jensen. Now, I haven't seen anyone else on the speakers list. Have I ignored anyone here? No? Then we will close this debate. And we will put this to the vote. We have a proposal for a decision. And we need to turn on this little thing here, and we will try to vote. Those who are in favor of this motion will push the green button, number 1. Those who are against, the red button, number 2. And those who want to abstain, they press the yellow button. We are now voting. And the Secretariat told me that this will take some time, but thumbs up from the Secretariat, and we have a result. 56 yes, 2 abstentions. So the international strategy in the Nordic Council has now been adopted. Thank you. We will move on with our program. Next item 7, item 7, consideration of members' proposal, better cooperation between folk high schools in the Nordic countries. We will first hear the proposal, and then we will have a discussion. Speakers list, the spokesperson for the Committee for Knowledge and Culture in the Nordic Region, Katrine Klevland from the Center Group and Norway. You have the floor, Katrine, to present this proposal.
Takk, president. Nordiske venner. Hvis vi mener
Nordic friends, if we are serious about the fact that the Nordic countries should be the most integrated and sustainable region in the world in 2030, we have to do everything we can in order to facilitate mobility for young students. To study in another Nordic countries, you have a better understanding of the other countries' language, culture, and you will contribute to integration between our countries. This is, of course, also the case for those who want to study at the folk high school. We have a lot of common values and ideas in the Nordic region. Democratic society, a more sustainable and green world are some of these values. We also have a language community that we need to preserve because this is being challenged by English today. The folk high schools have more than 100-year-long tradition, and they are very different from other education institutions. Volunteerism, and also the fact that you give a very broad education to young and adults. The Committee for Knowledge and Culture welcome this proposal. It is an excellent program that really will contribute to increased integration and mobility, and is also very important for, but it is not suitable for individual students who wants to do this or follow this education in another country, because students cannot ask for financial support for this, because it needs to be in the framework of an exchange between two schools. So we will support the proposal from the Center Group in order to have a budget for this, and this should cover the extra expenses for students that wants to study in another membership country. And it should also include both students and teachers. The Nordic folk high schools, with their differences, they all have as their goal to promote active citizenship and belief in education. Information to all citizens is decisive for a positive development of the welfare societies. Proposal has been sent to the Council of the Nordic Folk High Schools, and they give their entire support to this. We appreciate that there is a possibility for a teacher exchange between these Nordic folk high schools. This is important. So we will recommend that you vote yes to the proposal from this committee.
Da går vi videre på den.
I have not noted down anyone asking for the reply, so we move on to the list of speakers. You have 2 minutes. First speaker is Mona Fagerås, Nordic Green Left, representing Norway. President and Nordic friends, this proposal is something that we in the Nordic Green Left is super. We believe that this type of exchange is something that we need more of between our countries. The folk high schools are the world's freest school. In folk high schools, there are no grades, no national curriculum, no exams. And because these schools believe that you improve learning without pressure. And in the folk high schools, you can test subjects in reality and not only dig into the theory, and you have close follow-up by committed teachers, and the classes are small, maybe just 10 to 20 students. And in Norway, we have 85 schools that cover the entire country, and the folk high schools are strongly supported. But folk high schools are also under pressure, because when I was elected to the parliament in 2017, there was a major demonstrations just outside our parliament because the government had proposed a major cuts in the budget for Norwegian folk high schools. The cut back was total many million kroners, and both schools and the support were affected, even though they had an increase in the number of students. And therefore, we need to continue to work to maintain the unique services that the folk high schools offer, because this is not only important to strengthen the position of these schools, but also to create an arena for a Nordic exchange of culture among young people. This proposal will give an important signal from the Nordic Council that we support the unique position of the folk high schools, and we also want to promote the possibilities that also employees in folk high schools can participate in the exchange program to go to teach in other folk high schools in the Nordic region, and that also Nordic Council ministers work to promote cooperation between folk high schools. Thank you. Next speaker is Victoria Tiblom, representing Nordic Freedom and Sweden. It's still possible to sign up for the floor or a reply. President, dear members, there are folk high schools across the Nordic region, and naturally we are interested in promoting the outcome and also increase cooperation, but this proposal is not the right way forward. The Nordic Council has an important responsibility to also manage the tax revenues that we can spend in ways that promote our corporations the best. A project that set aside 1 million Danish kroner, but where the administration has a cost of 1 million Danish kroner. I mean, there can't be anyone here who seriously believes that this is a good proposal. If we can't resolve this in a cost-efficient manner, then we should then have to invest 2 million kroner for a benefit of 1 million Danish kroner. Can you actually defend and justify such spending for your inhabitants? We in the Nordic Freedom do not feel that we can justify such spending, and we have a reservation here, and we will be voting no to this proposal. It would be far better if we invest more, if we explore the possibility to host various webinars and digital participation to promote cooperation between the folk high schools in that manner. Digital solutions are also more inclusive, and it opens up for the participation of more people. Digital solutions also increase the possibilities for people with disabilities' ability to function. And we encouraged everyone to vote no to this insane proposal. Thank you. I mean, just stay at the podium because 2 people have asked for the floor, and Kati is the first one representing Norway, Kati Lee. What I want to know is, because what I hear you say is that you talk most about finances and money. My question is, don't you see the value that it would bring to our young people if they could meet, exchange experiences, and benefit from this human education that they will get through participating in the folk high schools? Of course, that's what I'm saying. Increased cooperation between folk high schools in the Nordics is a good thing. But the way that this proposal is made, we don't consider that we can justify it, because we are going to improve cooperation in any possible way across the Nordics, but we also need to be very conscious about the money we have at our disposal. And if you have a proposal that has an outcome that corresponds to the spending, of course we can't defend it. It would be better if we could find a way to ensure that more funds can be spent on actual cooperation. Maybe we could just rework the proposal to work in a different way. I mean, if we set aside 2 million kroner, then of course it would be better if the outcome is more than it currently is. All right, next speaker is Helene Björklund from the Center Group, from the Socialist Group. I would like to say that we can justify it 100%. The folk high schools and participation in folk high schools is an excellent example of cooperation across the Nordic, and I would like to see an improvement in the cooperation. And I'm happy to vote yes. And I'm saying the same. If we are to set aside the 2 million kroner to increase cooperation, it would be better if the outcome is more than, and that the entire amount is not to be spent on the management and administration. All right, next speaker is Katarina Deremar, representing the Center Group and Sweden. Thank you, President. Meeting and sharing experiences from each other's everyday life, then it also creates understanding both for our differences and our similarities. In the Center Group's proposal, we want to create better cooperation between folk high schools across the Nordics, also to strengthen the Nordic languages, democracies, and our culture. I would like to ask the members to support it. Young people are very competent and have good English skills, but we also need to improve the knowledge about our Nordic languages. We share so many thoughts and also experiences, and we want to be the best integrated region in the world. This is not only about the students, but also the teachers. Teachers should also be able to participate in the exchange programs and go to teach in other Nordic countries. This would also benefit in sharing better understanding about teaching. All right, we have one more speaker, namely Camilla Gunnell from the Socialist Group, representing Åland.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to give a brief comment to the presentation from Victoria Tibom, because the Committee for Knowledge and Culture have worked on this, and a lot of speakers here have pointed to the advantages of an exchange between the Nordic folk high schools. If we want to achieve the objective of the Nordics being the most integrated region in the world, I think it's extremely important that we also can meet within the framework of the folk high schools in the form of this free education that they offer. The numbers, the costs that Tiblom has mentioned was just an example of costs during the procedure here, and the committee has underlined that it is important that the administration costs are kept so low as possible in view of how many students that will apply for such an exchange program. So I think it's that these questions about how disproportionate the costs are not completely correct. Thank you very much, Chair. I haven't seen anyone there asking for the floor, so the discussion is hereby closed, and we will move to item 7.2, the vote, and we'll do the same thing as we've done before with our little button here. Those who are in favor of this, push the green button. Those who are against, the red button. Those who want to abstain, number 3, the yellow button. The vote is open.
Då avslutar vi avstämningen och vi har ett
Vote is closed. The result 51 is in favor of this consideration, 8 against, 1 abstention. So this consideration is hereby adopted. Yes, you can give an applause if you want to. Let's move on to item 8 now. 8.1, a consideration of members' proposal on joint action to phase out the production of fossil fuels. We will first discuss this consideration and proposal before we move on to the vote. First speaker on behalf of the committee is Lene Westergård Halle from the Conservative Group and Norway. You have the floor. Lene, and you have 3 minutes speaking time.
President, kjære nordiske
Chair, dear Nordic friends, I'm happy for oil and gas. I actually love oil and gas. I am so grateful that the oil and gas industry has given me and my generation what we have received. But in 2050, the Europe needs to achieve net zero. Zero emissions, not only in Norway, but in all European countries. It's within a time frame of 25 years. I think we will be able to do that. In 1969, we landed on the moon. It's almost 100 years since then, and we will have new technology in 2069. But in order to do this, we need to do several things at the same time. And for the oil nation Norway, it's extremely difficult to talk about this because fossil fuel was really the basis of our welfare society. Oil and gas has created enormous values for Norway. But now Norway also is facing a new future. The big reserves of oil and gas are being almost empty, and the production in Norway will be reduced by 65% in 2050. At the same time, the demand of fossil energy will change because we will sharpen our climate policy. This means a big transition for the Norwegian petroleum industry, but that's fine. We will do that. And if I insist on Norway, Norway is the only country in the Nordic region that are within the oil and gas industry. And we have an interest organization that is defending this. We have to cut the emissions from our own activity, but the oil and gas industry will progressively create a new sector, offshore wind, CCS, and this will facilitate big cuts in emissions in Norway, in Europe. And this is something, a statement that comes from the oil and gas industry itself. So they are going to build new and modern industry on the basis of the old industry. And a majority of the committee is then in line with this statement from the oil and gas industry. They are actually more offensive than we are in the Nordic Council. The proposal that you heard yesterday from Rystad Energy is in line with the climate goals that we have in all the Nordic countries. So we have to take care into the world around us. In Europe, they have their Green Deal, Fit for 55, that we need to have big reductions of the emissions and a phasing out of coal, oil and gas. And we see that the financial markets also mean the same. But this does not mean that we will stop everything that has to do with oil and gas in Norway tomorrow. Not the next week either. We will continue for a few more years. But it's a question of climate and also of security policy. We heard that yesterday. The majority in the committee, which is behind this proposal, they give the same signal as the oil and gas industry, the financial market, and EU. A majority in this committee also wants us to adopt a declaration where we acknowledge the need for a reduction of the emissions in order to achieve the goals that have been set in the Paris Agreement. It's quite prudent ambition. Let's move on. 2 minutes for the next speakers. Maximum 2 minutes, I remind you. Ola Elvestuen is the next speaker, the Center Group, Norway. Yes, Chair. It is a very prudent statement here from the Nordic Council, but it is important. We need to have a statement of the phasing out of fossil fuels in order to achieve the goals in the Paris Agreement. Yesterday, we heard from Jarand Rystad an analysis that shows that it is possible to achieve the 1.5-degree goal, but it is also demanding. And Lene just said that we have decided that we will reach the goal of climate neutrality in 2050. And if we want to achieve the 1.5-degree goal, we need to do this sooner, in 2040. UNEP's GAP report and the International Energy Fund has already shown in their reports that we can only extract 50% of the fossil reserves that we already know of. In the proposal that was originally proposed by the Center Group, we were more ambitious than what we see now from the Nordic Council, because we also suggested that the Nordic Council should be a member of Beyond Oil and Gas, led by Denmark, but where Sweden and Greenland are members. You could also be associate member there, and Finland is also a friend of BOGA. From the Center Group, we think that we could have been a member of that organization. All our countries could be that, because there is a gradual membership here. And that doesn't mean for Norway that we need to stop all our activities at once. But what is important here is, of course, to cut the use of fossil energy, but we also need to discuss what's going on the production side, and that is what is included in this proposal. This is a discussion that will become stronger and stronger, and the Council of Ministers, we ask them now to address also the production side here, and that is a very important signal from the Nordic Council. So it is a split proposal from the committee, but I hope that this text will be accepted by the Nordic countries. It's a moderate proposal, but a very important signal from the Nordic Council to the Council of Ministers. Thank you very much, Ola. I would like to remind you that if you want to have look to someone, you have to look at this lovely lady down here, because she will keep track of your time. Very sorry, Ola, you became victim of this rule, but that's how it is. Let's move on the speaking list. We now have Tove Elise Madland, Socialist Group Norway.
Kjære nordiske venner og
Dear Nordic friends, dear President, the consequences of climate change are something that impact us all across the world. And therefore, we have to, as quickly as possible, to reduce the use of fossil fuels. But our Nordic energy production doesn't happen in a vacuum. Outside of the Nordics, fossil fuels are produced by states that we don't want to cooperate with. That is, states we don't want to support. Therefore, in the situations regarding the security politics that we now face, if we support this proposal, we will harm our own economy. It will create precisely the uncertainty that President Putin aims at, namely to divide us in the Nordics more than create unity. Therefore, the Socialist Group have been clear throughout this process that this is a proposal that we cannot support. But we are aware and we support the proposer's intention. But this is also about the situation that we and Europe is facing right now. We need to adapt. And we will eliminate the emissions of carbon, but we need to see it in the context that we currently find ourselves in. Please remain at the podium because two people have asked for replies. The first one is from Simon Holmström and the Center Group. Yes, I would like to clarify a point. This is not about current actions. This is because at some point we need to realize that we need to live in a society without fossil fuels at some point. And this is what this proposal is all about. Namely, that this has to do with the future phase out of fossil fuels, future action. And this is also what the Social Democrats have also said. We need to live in a society without fossil fuels. So this is to discuss how we can then cut consumption of fossil fuels and also how we can end production. So this is also about the intention that, you know, deep down I agree with, but here that we can either then actually the most important topic here is that you could either go and take a coffee during this vote because we need to win this. Thank you. I need to be to the point and also to be honest. I don't think that it's prudent to leave the hall during this vote. I believe that the Social Democrats have been clear, namely that the green shift is important. Among other things, Norway will shoulder its responsibility. We will not eliminate the oil and gas industry. We will further develop it. This has been and will remain our policy. It has been since we tabled this. That was in Greenland. And then we have also maintained our positions. But now we don't want to support the proposal in its current version in the situation that we are facing. All right, Lena Westgård-Halløy, reply. I fully agree with the member that we should be honest and to the point, and I believe that the members should also be there, because it's not true that the Social Democratic Group has not supported this all along. The Social Democratic Group has supported it all along to the last meeting where they changed their opinion. So I think that the committee has also dealt with this in a rather strange way. In future, not today, we don't even put an end date to it. We don't even mention that it should happen now. Maybe it would be in 2049 based on this proposal. So the Social Democrats would like to vote against it. And this means that you speak with duality, because the Social Democrats in Norway say something entirely different than what you are saying here from the rostrum. So what are you saying? Does this mean that Social Democrats in the Nordics have no intention of ending oil and gas production? Well, if you are representing the Conservative group, and you are also on the Oil and Energy Committee in the Norwegian Parliament. And if you remember back, this was first discussed in Greenland. That was at the overarching level. My position has all along been, as a member of a Sustainable Nordic Committee, in the current situation, but this reflects our opinion, and I believe that it's not fine to do for the member that kind of gives us a different intention that we've had. All right. Next speaker is Marianne Paviasen, Nordic Green Left, representing Greenland. Recent reports has made it clear that we need to see a significant decrease in the production of oil and coal in order to reach the Paris Agreement goals. We have Greenland, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden that are members of our organizations, and it is high time that Nordic parties also start working on what the Center Group has proposed, namely to make a common effort to phase out the use of fossil fuels. The Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance we have joined, to other countries supported, and the other Nordic countries must also join if we are to achieve our goals. And there's some urgency here. We also need to have a well thought through climate policy and also concrete actions to phase out fossil fuels. We're going to do this for the benefit of ourselves, but even more for the future generations, and we need to do it together. The Nordic Council of Ministers 2030 vision that the Nordic region should be the most sustainable and best integrated region also implies that we promote green transitions in our work in order to achieve climate neutrality. We need a clear way forward for a just transition, and also to hold governments accountable for future production of fossil fuels. And here, mechanisms such as the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance wants to focus on the goals of the Paris Agreement to deal with the climate changes. Fossil fuels have a killing effect. And also, this will mean a lot in the future. And every person must think how we can also improve our consumptions, to reduce the consumptions. We need to make an effort to reduce climate changes, because that is required. In future, let's make a difference together and support this good proposal, because the Nordic Green Left is supporting it, and I would like to thank the Center Group for its good proposal. Let's move on. Next speaker is Sebastian Tykkönen, representing Nordic Freedom and Finland.
Kiitoksia, arvoisa herra puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, Chair. Dear friends and members and good colleagues across the Nordics, I'm disappointed because we here up in the Nordic will say no to something that that doesn't benefit us, because there's a war in Ukraine, and we need to understand how important energy is. We need to be independent. We also need regulatable power. We can't simply just say that it's sufficient with the transfer of EU power. Otherwise, we will end up in a situation where, for example, if oil and gas from Norway or those in Finland who produce peat, that we will need more. We need a lot of energy, more than what the coal-powered plants can produce. And the proposal implies too much closure of capacity. We can't work single-handedly. We need to engage and involve the whole world in our efforts. If and when Ukraine will win the war, all right, there will be a lot of human toll, but there must also be an economic process that involves trade. We can't make ourselves dependent on others. We can't make ourselves dependent on energy prices. And I've been disappointed to see that there are many parties that work in favor of peat productions, while we in the Nordic Council have a very different vote. We cannot support this proposal, so we will therefore vote against it. Thank you. Next speaker is Simon Holmström, representing the Centre Group and Åland.
Värderade president.
Chair, we've spent so much time to listening to Nordic politicians standing here on this rostrum and talking about the climate. Finally, we discuss something concrete and important. That is the cause of these climate crises: oil, coal and gas. It was only last year that the UN could say this clearly. At the Environment Summit Stockholm +50, it was said in the end document that the world has to stop not only the use, but also the production of fossil fuels. And last week, the EU also took a spectacular decision where they want to actively work towards this in the UN system, towards COP28. We see brutally how these fuels also contribute to conflicts in the world. The fossil industry, especially the Russian one, has been very happy when large parts of the world have expanded their dependency on coal, oil and gas because of Putin's brutal war against Ukraine. We understand that short-term import from fossil fuel from other countries and dictatorships and autocratic regimes are necessary, but all responsible parties know also that this is just a short-term solution. So we cannot continue doing this as long as possible. That is why we propose these decisions to give a mandate to the Council of Ministers to adopt a declaration on this fossil fuels question. This would be a good signal to say that all this should go to fossil-free fuels and alternative energy. We have to be prepared for a fossil-free world, and we have to do this quickly. Let's move from word to action, and let us achieve the objective of 1.5 degree. Two replies here. So you can 3 replies to this. intervention. Heidi Grenin, Mitten Center Group first. You have the floor, Heidi. Thank you, Chair. I would like to explain why the Centre Group is not unanimous about this question. Our party, the Centre Party in Norway, will not support this proposal. Of course, we are in agreement with the climate goal, and we agree that we should build down the fossil industry over time, but we do not think that stopping the Norwegian oil and gas production is the solution. We have to build new green energy, and that's what I heard from Rystad yesterday. That was his message. In today's security situation, unfortunately, Europe has become more dependent on Norwegian gas, not less. I would also refer to the excellent speech from Madland, who explained the Norwegian situation and also the security situation in connection with this, so we will not support this proposal. Okay, if it's okay for you, we will group all the replies and you can give your answer at the end. Camilla Gunnell, thank you very much, Chair. I was just wondering if the delegate Holmström can say something more about when this position has to be taken, because the Nordic Council will force one member country, Norway, the only country in the Nordic region that produces oil and gas, they have to take a stance on this. Do you see any risk that we will be dividing the Nordic region by such a proposal instead of adopting a common position when it comes to energy? Okay, finally, Sebastian Tinkinen from Nordic Freedom. Thank you very much, Chair. It's always very nice to talk about the green transition, and then you always refer to the Russian fossil fuels that you have to stop using. But at the same time, you also say that you need to cut in your own fossil fuels. And Delegate Holmström also said that we need to stop using fossil fuels that is being produced in dictatorships. Do you consider that Norway is a dictatorship? Yes, I could have, of course, answered this question myself, but I will give the floor to the delegate here. Chair, thank you very much for these replies. The most important thing we need to do is to send a signal that the Nordic region is taking the climate challenge seriously, and that is the long-term objective. We have a brutal attack war in Ukraine, and this leads us during a short period to use other sources of fossil fuels that do not arrive to us from autocratic regimes and others. But in the long run, the best solution is, of course, to free ourselves from our dependency on fossil fuels. And that is exactly what we have been discussing during this theme session, how we can increase the renewable production. In the proposal from the committee, you will see that this is a compromise between different political opinions, and we've done this in order to agree on a future reduction of fossil fuels. And this is not only a question for Norway, but also for other countries that have a production of fossil fuels today. And in addition to that, the interests that we see today for more production of fossil fuels in the Arctic region will not go away. So this is a very important signal. We say that we take the fossil-free actions seriously, we move from words to action, and that we want to achieve the 1.5 degree objective that was agreed in Paris. Okay, we have two more speakers, Staffan Eklöf and Lene Westgård-Halle. Lene, please get ready while Staffan is presenting his motion.
Jag sitter också i
Thank you, President. I'm also in this committee for a sustainable Nordic region, and I am very. I agree with Tove Lise in this matter. We have been in agreement, but there have been other party groups that have had other opinions, and I want to say that we also have to have a look at what we want to do with our Nordic country and the Nordic region. Should the Nordic Council be someone who forces one of the member countries to take a specific decision? That is not what I think we should do. I suppose. Do you? Okay, last speaker now, Lene Westgård-Halle from the Conservative Group and Norway. You have the floor.
Thank you. President, it actually frightens me because what we're discussing now is if we at some point in the future should abide by the Paris Agreement. That's actually what we're discussing. And of course, that poses no problem for Norway. We have signed the Paris Agreement. We relate to it. And we know that at some point we need to stop producing oil and gas. We know that. The signals that we are now hearing from the Social Democratic group say the opposite. They say that we should not stop producing oil and gas. They are against this. I have to admit that it disappoints me somehow, because the Labour Party, as what the name is in Norway, has a different course in Norway. And I believe that the Labour Party has been rather good when it comes to climate policy. Well, this is bad news for the Conservative Party, it's us. But the question is now, how can the Labour Party then defend voting against it? But I would like you to check the Greenland votes. The Social Democratic group voted in favor of the proposal that we're now saying, and the Social Democratic group voted in favor of it. It was only the Progress Party or the Nordic Freedom group that voted against it. Thank you, Lena. Tove Elisabeth Madland have ask for the floor. I hear that the Conservative group is disappointed and frightened. I can confirm to you that the Labour Party remains firm in its positions on the oil and gas policy, as they've always been. There are other political parties in this matter that have actually changed opinion, if that is the challenge. I mean, you also, I want to refer to what Rystad Yaran said. You said that he said we should stop producing oil and gas, but he said actually the opposite. Well, what we propose and what the committee wants to vote is to comply with the Labour Party's policy in Norway. I believe that it's only the Progress Party that opposes this in the Norwegian Parliament. All the rest are in favour of it. But, of course, what has been very good for us in the Conservative Party is that we have just turned greener than the Social Democrats. As for Rystad, he said that he didn't say that. He said that we need oil and gas now, today. And I believe that, you mix up this thing. We need Norwegian oil and gas today, and if we had stopped producing, then other undemocratic government would have stepped in, like Saudi Arabia or whatever. But of course, at some point in the future, we need to stop. But I think it's frightening to hear that the Social Democrats wants to vote against this proposal. All right, Hanna Katrin Fredriksson, there was someone asking for the reply. I would like to speak in Icelandic. Thank you, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity. Of course, I was too slow to sign up on the list of speakers, but I would like to refer to Lena's words. And she said she was disappointed of the way the proposal was received. And it was perceived as we wanted to make a new strategy for the Nordics. But of course, the fact that it's now becoming more of a problem than it used to is based on the Nordics' declared strategy. So if you're not happy with this, then you need to address this within that sphere. But how are we going to achieve the goals that imply that we step by step reduce the use and production of fossil fuels? Yes. Well, I mean, it underpins the Nordic strategy. I share the concern voiced. And if we can't agree on this point, then the Nordic Council will face major challenges in the climate actions going forward. All right, I have no further speakers on my list. We end the debate, and we are going to go to the vote under 8.1 and 2. And we're going to do this in such a way. Those who want to support the consideration, press the green button. Those who want to vote against it, also press the red no button. And those who want to abstain, press the yellow button. You don't leave the hall to move to the coffee machine. But please vote now. All right, we end the vote, and the result is that 26 voted in favor of the consideration, 28 voted against, and 2 abstained. And this means that the consideration has not been adopted. This means that roughly half this room wants to applaud, the other does not. All right, we have come to lunch, and there will also be a photo session. We have already spent 15 minutes of the lunch break, so you need to be quick. All members of the Nordic Council need to have their photo taken, and there will also be the opportunity for members of committees and groups, but you need to move over to the staircase for the photo sessions, and then we will be in recess until 12:30, where we will resume our program.
Kan alle sammen
Can you please take your seats? We are a bit late in schedule. I hope that will work out. I hope you've had a good lunch and that you've been able to take photos of the party groups and also of all of the delegates here. We will now move on to item 9 on the agenda, the involvement of Nordic Council in the Vision Work 2025-2030. And you will find information about this in document 5/2023. I suppose some of the groups have already started working on this. We also had a debate on this in the Presidium, which was a good kickoff of this work on the vision statement. This afternoon, we have 3 opening statements. The President of the Nordic Council, I'm talking about myself, actually. I will first say a few words, and then we will have Gudmundur Ingi Gudbrandsson, the Coordination Minister for the Nordic Council. And finally, we have the great honor of welcoming the President of Iceland, Gudni Jóhannesson, that we will be able to listen to later today. A warm welcome to all of you. As has been said in document 5/2003, we have divided the discussion in 3 thematic parts. One of them will take up the strategic objectives for Vision 2030, a green Nordic region, a competitive Nordic region, and a socially sustainable Nordic region. For the topic of a green Nordic region, we will have an opening statement by the Icelandic Minister for Environment, Energy and Climate, Gudlaugur Thordarson. For the competitive Nordic region, we will hear the Minister for University, Research and Innovation, Aslaugur Sigbjørnsdóttir. And for the socially sustainable Nordic region, the Minister for Social Affairs and the Labour Market, Gudmundur Ingi Gudbrandsson, will introduce this discussion. I thank you all. I hope you're all well prepared and that you will contribute to the work on the vision going forward. That would be very important for us. After the ministers' presentations, we will hear speeches from the Presidium, the committees, the party groups, and finally an open debate. Each part will be concluded by a summary by the minister, and I hope that this will be a good framework in order to engage us in the input to the next vision period. Honorable President, ministers, and dear colleagues. The Nordic Prime Minister decided in 2019 that the Nordic region should be the most integrated and sustainable region in the world in 2013. This was a very ambitious vision, but also a very important vision. And that is also been said during the discussions we've been having here on climate goals and so forth. We shall be a green Nordic region, a transition and a carbon neutral, sustainable and bio-based circular economy is important. This means a green Nordic region. It's very ambitious, it's very demanding. Even if we are good on our way with the energy production, agriculture is not is also a problematic area. We had a very interesting discussion yesterday about the energy, and it will be very exciting to follow this forward. A competitive Nordic region, green growth based on knowledge, innovation, mobility, and digital integration. This is something which is progressing very fast. And the pillars that we have in the Nordic countries are a result of broad processes between political parties, and the success that we see is also a result of knowledge and innovation. And we have to work on this both in the Nordic Council and in our own parliaments. And we are really at home when it comes from the political work. They have paved the way for equal societies that we see in the Nordic region. We have good institutions, a good trust in the populations. This is very important for us as politicians. We are really in the forefront of the world, and we are a good example for other regions. Is it possible to go further? Yes, it is. We have a good community based on our cooperation, our will to preserve nature, and also secure future generation. And this is a very good point of departure for a further development. Dear friends, Vision 2030 demands a good amount of engagement from us as politicians, from our governments and our citizens. The first period will expire soon, and we are working on the next vision period now. It's important to work on this and to form this new vision. It is important that Nordic Council and Council of Ministers have agreed on a close cooperation. We are looking forward to your inputs in order to achieve the goal to make the Nordics the most integrated and sustainable region in the world in 2030. I hope you've had good discussions in your groups, and we will now discuss this in plenary. And I hope that we will have a good and broad engagement from all political parties. I will now give the floor to the Icelandic Minister, Guri Thor Thordarson, for his introductory statement.
Endring på lista, så da...
There is a changement in my list here, and I think that is only the way it should be, that the President should start before the ministers. So I now give the floor to the President in Iceland, Gudni Johannesson.
Kæru vinir, kære nordiske venner, verið öll velkomin.
Dear Nordic friends, I bid you all a warm welcome to Iceland, and I hope that you have had a nice day here in Iceland. It's also an honor for us in Iceland to welcome you here, and I wish you all the best for your discussions on very important issues. Especially energy security in these uncertain times. The Nordic cooperation rests on a very solid basis. There are much more that unites us than what divides us, and division is perhaps too strong a word to use in this context. Maybe we should talk about differences rather than division. Cultural differences, we want to keep up things that have been successful, the societies that we have created. I'm thinking about the Nordic welfare system. We can certainly be proud about this. If we look at a list over life quality and factors for life quality, we almost always are ranked on the top of this list. The health of the population is good. We also have a very long life expectancy for our populations. We have freedom, security, and very little corruption in our countries. And apparently we are the most happiest people on the planet here up in the north, believe it or not. Yes, we have our Nordic model, of course, that we rest on, and it's not by modesty, but if I continue like this, perhaps it is a result of a good balance between confidence and what we're doing. And it's also a good balance between the individual and the society. Each person is able to show what he or she is able to do. And at the same time, we get the help that we need if we need help. And I think that we will continue on the same road if we have good ambitions. But we also need to acknowledge that we are not perfect and that there is still more things we can do. Some people have been excluded from the Nordic welfare system. They haven't been treated well enough. Sometimes we've had a very too optimistic picture of the authorities, whereas the reality maybe has been a less more bright. Autocriticism is important for all of us, but we need also to make sure that we are not trapped in old cliches and stereotypical opinions. Of course, it can be sometimes funny, dear Nordic friends, to have a look at this. In Iceland, we believe in elves. And perhaps we can convince you, our dear neighbors, and ourselves that we have as a motto, oh, this will work out just fine. It's not important to plan too much, or perhaps we are a bit silent, mysterious, because we have had to cope with all these powerful forces of nature. So there are a lot of ideas about our Nordic neighbors. The Swedish, they are really well organized, and they invented the safety harness, for instance. The Danish are much more relaxed. What about the Norwegians? Aren't they a bit provincial, despite the whole the rich situation they have with the oil? And what about the Finnish people then? They are really they have good endurance. They have Finnish sisu, and we think also about the people from Greenland, from the Faroe Islands. We also think about the Sami population. We had all these stereotypes, but we have to throw away all our negative prejudices that we have. The definition of what it means to be Icelandic or another people in the Nordics. There must be a broad definition of this. Of course, you also will find Icelandic people that do not believe in elves, that are very well organized. But so that is perhaps not the Icelandic person that you think of. When you think of our heroes from the Icelandic saga, perhaps they are not able to read this literature. They don't understand Icelandic, but it's still one of us. He belongs here, and he can say, this person, despite that, he can say, this is my country, Iceland is my country. Together we can also applaud good values from our cultural legacy, but we have also to acknowledge what has not been good. We have to combat extreme nationalism, where you abuse of the past in order to create intimidation, where you trample on people. That is something that we have experienced here in our part of the world. The love for the motherland should be something positive. And we should be able to see the past, the present, and the future together. We have to have diversity, we have to have freedom. A love to the mother country has nothing to do with national chauvinism or anything else, but a people that is confident. They can support diversity. And people with confidence can also support development, innovation. People which is confident in itself will applaud the mother country instead of just insisting on their own values. Dear colleagues, I want to renew my wishes for a successful conference and well home. And in Scandinavian, I would like to say at the end, it was very good for us in Iceland that you chose to come here for your meeting. I was very happy to give my speech in Icelandic. I hope you understood, and I'm thanking the interpreters for their interpretation. But that is something which is very special in our region, that we can speak our own languages. People have heard me speak in Scandinavian before. They asked me to speak Icelandic here, but I'm very happy, as I said before, that we were able to welcome you for this meeting here. A safe journey home. Thank you very much.
Tusen takk til Gunni, til vår engasjerende.
Okay, thank you very much for this very engaging introduction to our session. And I would just like to say we feel so welcome when we come here in Iceland, in Harpa. We have visited also your presidential residence. It's a very nice place. And the Nordic cooperation is, like you underline yourself, more important than ever. And we have to preserve our cultures, our languages. So many thanks for a very good introduction. And if you have time, you are welcome to sit down and listen to the intervention from the other ministers. Once again, thank you very much.
Da går vi videre til neste.
Let's move on to the next speaker, which is the Minister of Coordination. Iceland has the presidency for 2023 for the ministers, and I can say on behalf of myself, of Helge, that we have had a very many good meetings with Gudmundur in connection with the budget for 2024. There has been a lot of chocolate offered during the discussions and negotiations, and that has influenced us. And finally, we have arrived at a result. But I'm very glad to welcome you as well, Gudmundur Ingi Gulbrandsen. You have 10 minutes. And you can give a sign if you want to have a reply after this statement. But please do it during his intervention so that I can note it down. The floor is yours.
Forseti Íslands, Forseti Norðurlandaráðs, ráðherrar.
Thank you, Mr. President, President of the Nordic Council, honored delegates, participants. Let me start by saying thank you for inviting me here today, and a special thank you to all of you on behalf of the cooperation ministers. What we're discussing today is needed. It's particularly important for us in the Nordic Council of Ministers, since we have now started our work with a new action plan, where we wanted to describe our vision of the future up until 2030. Something that is to be our guiding document between 2025 and 2030. Our president has already told you about this work. And as has been said, it's not something that we're used to start with something before it's supposed to be begun. But we now have 2 years to prepare. And for us in the Council of Ministers, it is very important that we early on find out from you what you think and feel. And the Nordic Council of Ministers, well, we have hardly gotten started on these discussions, which means that you will be the first to present your views and your ideas in this debate, which is only just because the political voice of the Nordic Council has to be a voice that is to be heard when the Nordic Council of Ministers decides on its vision. We now need to create a framework, and we need to show where things are headed. And on the 31st of January this year, the cooperation ministers decided that in the future we are to focus on 3 strategic areas that are to be prioritized, and that is for us to reach our vision. It's about a green Nordic, it's about a competitive Nordics, and also socially sustainable Nordics. And that will be our framework, the framework that we will be using and that the Nordic Council will be using for the debate here today. Which means that we have a few things that will guide us. This is a vision for the future, and we started working with visions like this one back in 2019, where it was said that the Nordics was to be the most integrated and sustainable region in the world. And that is a vision that is fine, something we can work towards. However, we know that there are many challenges that we're facing, potential obstacles on the way. And we have our report on the Nordics that tells us, for example, that when it comes to the green, sustainable Nordics, well, today we have a consumption that is not sustainable. We're living in an environmental crisis, and we do have a vision for us, but it is important to remember that developments are not isolated from the world around us. The Nordics is influenced by and is influencing other countries. The Nordics cannot become a sustainable region without us remembering and thinking about what is happening in the rest of the world. That is incredibly important. The current action plan was set 2 years ago, and we're now looking ahead, and we'll start to work with the time frame 2025-2030. And the Nordic Council of Ministers and its staff has here been working with an ambitious plan in order for us to be able to reach the vision. And I want to say thank you to Karen Elleman and the rest who have been involved. We're going to continue to focus on the 3 priorities, sustainable Nordics, competitive Nordics, and the socially sustainable Nordics. And I'm now looking forward to hearing from you and hear what you have to say about these priorities on behalf of the Nordic Council. The Nordic Council of Ministers is then to approve these plans, and that is what will be done to shape our vision up until 2030. The plans will of course, be presented for the Nordic Council of Ministers. But now we would like to invite you to a conversation that I feel is important, and I hope that you will have ideas and suggestions for political priorities. For example, one question is, what are we to focus on up until 2030 in our Nordic collaboration, and where can the Nordic Council of Ministers provide an added value compared to what the different countries are already doing today? And I would like to, if you allow me, present a few thoughts. I would like to say that after these three priorities, well, I think they are important, and I would like to start by addressing green, sustainable Nordics. I would like us to continue to focus a lot of attention on climate issues. I think that this is something that needs to be center of our attention in all our decision making. Here in Iceland, for example, all legislative proposals go through a process where we look at the gender perspective, and we should be doing the same thing also when it comes to the climate and future plans also for various municipalities. And this is something perhaps the Nordic countries could agree upon. Another thing I would like to mention is that we need to continue on this route that we have embarked upon, where we collaborate around biological diversity, where we try to recover wetlands, and also look at issues having to do with erosion. Here we took the lead in 2019, and I think we should continue on that route. When it comes to competitive Nordics, something that we feel is important and something that we have already mentioned here on behalf of Iceland is that we need a more open and more just labor market, where we also have to have specific tools that can help us to attract people from abroad with the skills and competencies that we are lacking, and where we are actually competing, for example, the IT sector, health care sector. We do have a labor market that is open, but it should be open also for vulnerable groups like disabled and refugees. And that is not quite the case today, something that needs to be changed. And I feel that the Nordics could become a leading region in this aspect. Then I would also like to touch upon the socially sustainable Nordics. And LGBTQI individuals, for example, and their position. It's been hard to see that there is a backlash globally when it comes to LGBTQI rights. And this is something that we've seen, unfortunately, that it's happening in neighboring countries and in our countries as well. And here we have to react. We need to be leaders here as well. And the Nordic countries have to spearhead these developments. And something that the Council of Ministers working with equality is working with is to push back. And we have to make our voices heard. We have to include all groups under this umbrella. No one can be left behind. And that is my message for you, dear colleagues. The Nordic countries has to have as an objective to truly show the way when it comes to the rainbow map, and this is something that we can do. We're progressive nations, we're countries where we have room for diversity, And this is truly something that we should do. Dear friends, I'm now looking forward to the debate. And the Nordic Council, and well, not sure about how this will be organized, but a proposal will be presented to the Nordic Council of Ministers in December, and then we continue our work so that we have everything prepared in a timely manner, and I'm looking forward to the cooperation. Thank you.
Gudmundur.
You have to come back up to the rostrum because we have replies. They will ask their questions and you can answer them. I think there is only one intervention. Hanna Katrin Fredriksson from the Center Group and Iceland. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Vi tar, tror jag, samtalet på isländsk.
Well, thank you. I'll be doing this in Icelandic. Thank you for speaking about the cooperation with the Nordic Council of Ministers, and particular thank you for mentioning LGBTQI. You also talked about the green Nordics and us focusing on climate issues, and here I would like to ask, we've also been talking about an action plan, and we've talked about how we're to stop using fossil fuels. But now we're experiencing a crisis in the world, war in Ukraine, which means that we have energy uncertainties. And my question for the minister is, should we be afraid that this vision, Green Nordics, and our work against climate change, that this focus will lose out? And what will happen with us having this vision? Is this something that we should be concerned about when it comes to the climate, Green Nordics? Is there a risk that one will be focusing on problems that are short-term and that will lose a long-term perspective?
Gudmundur, vær så god. Ordet ditt.
Ja.
Please, Minister. Well, thank you. Thank you for this question. I'll try to answer. This is something that we cannot allow. The vision of a Green Nordics cannot be put to the side because we focus on something else. And that is also what the cooperation ministers are thinking when we have combined the three aspects, Green Nordics, Competitive Nordics, and the Socially Sustainable Nordics. We are going to focus on the Green Nordics. And I'm hoping that here that the session will also send such a message that you stand behind, because we do not have time to lose time when it comes to this work with the Green Nordics, and I will really try to focus on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gudmundur. I can see no other names on the speaking list, so thank you again for your introduction. And the next speaker is at 13:25. That's the next item on the agenda. That's the Green Nordics. So we will break for a pause now until 13:25.
tror, han var på vej ind i bygningen. På vej ind.
Da klokken passerte
All right, the time has passed 1:25. It's actually 1:28. Please take your seats so that we can resume proceedings. A practical piece of information before we start. If you wanted to ask for the floor for presentations or reply, please use the cards that you've been given and show them towards the secretariat. And please also wait for a nod or a smile so that we're quite sure that you have been noted on the list of speakers and be given the floor when you have to. Any other practical matters? Yes, we now have a clock. So, I mean, technology has moved us forward, so we actually have a clock here and also a clock on the rostrum. So there's no excuse if you exceed your allotted speaking time. And we will now be maybe a bit stricter than we have been so far. All right, so far so good. We'll start the next sequence now. We have come to 9.2 on our agenda. Strategic Goal 1, a Green Nordic Region. And we will actually now open the plenary debate. First, we will be hearing from the Minister for the Environment, Energy and Climate, Gudlaugur Thordarson. And then, of course, also representatives from the various parties and groups before the Minister comes back to summarize matters. Minister, you have 3 minutes.
Þrjár mínútur. Forseti Norðurlandaráðs, þingmenn og aðrir gestir.
Thank you, President, delegates, guests. The Nordics has decided to become a green region. This is a very ambitious objective, but something that is very important in this part of the world where we have many individuals with lots of skills, and we have the necessary preconditions, but we have an unsustainable consumption and production that is in a negative manner contributing to the climate and biodiversity crises. So we do have challenges. What we're doing in the Nordics, well, that has an impact not only on us, but also the rest of the world, because a lot of what we consume is being imported and also leaves a trace behind. We do get better at producing green energy, not just hydro, but also wind and solar. And we do have many challenges that we're facing, and that is why the Nordic Council of Ministers now feel that we can play an important role and we can do something for a greener Nordics. It is important to switch to sustainable consumption, and we can also play an important role in climate negotiations. We can take an international leadership when it comes to working with the climate. We can be proactive in negotiations to get a global agreement on plastics, and also look at how we can adapt our Nordic agriculture so that we can manage extreme weather. We can counteract climate changes. We can see to how we can store carbon dioxide in oceans and on the land. We can work with renewable fuels, wind power offshore, and also, of course, make sure that we have a security in energy supply. We continue to work with Greener Nordics in the Nordic Council of Ministers. We have started our work with the upcoming period 2025-2030, and we are now inviting to deliberations with the Nordic Council, and we're looking forward to hearing your input on a greener Nordics. We now have to look into the future and think about what we wanted to accomplish. And I am certain that together we, the Nordic countries, we can accomplish big things.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentations, and I'm also looking forward to hearing you summarize the debate at the end. Next, we move down the list of speakers. Next speaker represents the Presidium. I also remind you that you can ask for a reply. And the Presidium is spokesperson and is Helena Björklund.
Thank you, dear Nordic friends, President, ministers. I would like to say thank you for what has been said this far in the debate. Also, thank you to the Cooperation Minister for the opening address. The illegal annexation of Ukraine by Russia has shown us that it's today more important than ever before that we build something and stand strong together. This is not just a geographical location. It's not just the family that we have here today. We also have a very strong brand, and in many parts of the world it is truly very strong. And what are we known for? Well, our welfare system, our culture, and our equality. But also our Nordic light, our clean air, and our work with the green transition. Those are also things that make us well known. And this is not a coincidence that we have a swan label that symbolizes both Nordic collaboration and our environmental labeling. Climate and environment are very important for many young, and many young people tell us that this is what is the most important aspect of the Nordic collaboration, and that is something that we want to bring into this action plan. We need to listen to the young generation because they are the future. And they are the ones who will have to manage this in the future. I would like to see, for example, that we had a shared solution for public transport, an app, for example, where we could buy tickets for the entire Nordics. We need to improve the cooperation between our countries, and we want to have a Council of Ministers for Infrastructure and Transport that can also help with the green transition. This theme session will here been talking about something that is very urgent, energy supply. This is also something that's important for our security, and it is an enormous resource that we have in the Nordics with so many different types of renewables, and we should be in the lead with the renewable energy on land, oceans, and also in the air. We have decided that we are to be the most sustainable region 2030, and we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next speaker. Next speaker is also Growth and Development Committee representatives representing the Centre Group, Sweden. You have 2 minutes.
Jag ska göra så gott jag kan.
I'll do my best. It will be a challenge, however. Dear friends, regardless what strategic objective we are to discuss and talk about, we have a dark cloud that is looming on the horizon. We feel that something is wanting in a collaborative program and the Council of Ministers. We need a Council of Ministers for transport. If the ambition by the Council of Ministers is to really support the vision that we are to be the most integrated region in the world in 2030, well, then we do need our transport ministers on board. We have just concluded the ski races. That wouldn't have been much if we hadn't had snow. To be by 2030 the most sustainable integrated region without a formal Council of Ministers, well, it's like being world champions in skiing without snow. And to quote a soccer coach, we had on paper the best team. Unfortunately, we didn't play on paper, but on grass. And we're not even playing in the same league if we do not have the transport ministers on board. It's not enough to have nice words on paper. We need to be out in reality, because that is where the game will take place. And I'm not just speaking on behalf of the Nordic Council. We made a decision about Nordic Council of Ministers of Transport being a must already in 2018, and now it's 2023. 7 years to go to 2030, but the Nordic Council of Ministers, you're still standing on the platform, and the rest of us, we're waiting to see what will happen. And you need to hurry up if you want to catch the train. And we see that this is a need. We need to collaborate across borders, on land, at sea. And a green transition also necessitates that we have infrastructure that is cross-border. And we will not be able to successful. The Nordic Logistic Alliance that has some 27,000 companies in the organization says the same thing. We need this to be able to forge ahead. We'll just have more border obstacles if we're not successful. And that my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, you were lucky. We had some trouble with the clock, and you benefited from this by some extra time. But we will not continue this flexibility. 2 minutes is 2 minutes, and we prefer that everyone stays within the allotted speaking time. And we hope that the clock is working now. Next speaker represents the Welfare Committee, and that's Camilla Gunnell from the Social Democratic Group, representing Åland.
Thank you. On behalf of the Committee for Education Culture, I would like to say thank you. On behalf of the committee, thank you to the Nordic Council of Ministers for involving the Nordic Council early on in the process of producing a new action plan for the period 2025 to 2030. Our Committee for Knowledge and Culture, we have spent way too much time the last few years in discussing cut-downs in budgets for training, education, research. And in 2024, it seems like we'll be able to have a compromise. We want to look ahead. And we hope that we'll have a more stable budgetary process that is more predictable in the future. Of course, education, culture, research contributes to the green transition, and we are ambitious. We're talking about becoming the most integrated, sustainable region in the world, and such an ambition also requires resources to make it happen. And we cannot close our eyes to that, and you cannot do that either in the Nordic Council of Ministers to pit various sectors against each other. Well, we shouldn't be doing that in the Nordics. We should do things together, also across borders. And that is why we, in the future action plan, want to see that you enhance the role of the schools and what schools can do for the green transitions. This is something that we see from the UN, the EU, that, talk about the importance of education for sustainable development. The school could promote, inspire future generations to change their habits, their behaviors. And it could also be about making kids, young people, curious about what should happen in the future. When it comes to research, this is incredibly important, the work that is already being done within basic research. That has to continue. We want to support that as well. And the cultural sector is contributing to the green transition as well. A documentary, a film, a book can be very, very powerful and help our understanding of the climate issue. And we're now looking forward to the future work. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla Gunnell. And I apologize for giving you the wrong committee. This was just a small clerical in our manuscript. The next speaker is Ola Elvestuen, representing the Centre Group. The next 7 years until 2030 will be the most decisive years in the history of the world. During these years, we need to have come far by ending the use of fossil fuels. We need to preserve nature, and also we must make progress to keep international market economy within the tolerance limits of nature. And therefore, the Nordic region needs to cooperate to strengthen the impact of international agreement. And when we are to do that by 2025, then the Nordics need to also pitch in order to, if we are to reach the 1.5-degree scenario. And also the Marine Waste Convention, that is an important convention. We have been important and will continue to be so. And also the biological convention will also need to be more concrete going forward. International work is important. A lot of the international rules are prepared by the European Union, and the Nordic must try to influence the work. And in the United Nations, both Iceland and Norway play separate roles that also the EU member states in the Nordics can use for their benefit. We also need to lead the way in order to follow up the work on the international agreements. We need to learn from each other, to work together. There are many areas where we can use this. Well, it could be to use hydrogen, it could be CCS, it's about biogas, food production, or a greener food production. There are many areas where we can improve cooperation. We also need to coordinate our efforts in some areas. We keep saying that we will become carbon neutral, but that's defined in different ways in the Nordic countries. For example, blue forest, well, we need to preserve that, but that's not part of the Paris Agreement. So actually to coordinate efforts and to also highlight these effects in international agreements are important. All right, thank you. We'll move on to the various party groups. First speaker represents the Social Democratic Group. That is Kim Aas, representing Denmark. Thank you. Yes, from the Social Democrats' side, then we share the Nordic Prime Minister's great ambitions. We also want the Nordics to be the first carbon-neutral region in the world. But it's important that this is not the only ambition we have. It's one of our most important tasks that we, not only as politicians, but also that our populations support this ambition. We can do that by ensuring a socially just transition. The green energy is produced maybe best in one area, while energy is consumed in a different one. And therefore, we need to ensure that the new opportunities and revenues from the green transitions are divided justly, so that the burdens will also proportionate be to the revenues. And then, of course, we also need an infrastructure across Nordic borders that applies to energy production and transport, and also when it comes to transport of people, products, and therefore Social Democrats in the Nordic Council remain firm. A Nordic Council of Ministers for Infrastructure should be established. For a green Nordic region, that requires an even more integrated Nordic region where we can move freely, live and work without any borders, where the digital systems don't represent any obstacles but makes us free. A green Nordic region can not have as an ambition to stand alone. And as we in the Nordics also see our different countries as part of a holistic unit, then our green ambitions must also be part of our overall visions for our joint region. All right, please just remain at the podium because, Helena, there is someone asking for a reply. Thank you, Chair. The member said that the Nordics should become the... Could you please repeat? Yes, you said that the Nordics should become the world's first emission-free region, and that's positive. But how are we going to succeed if we continue to produce oil and gas? Like I said, we need to cooperate across our positions. We have different strengths. We have a lot of energy, a lot of knowledge in Denmark on the wind and solar power, and in Norway you have different things. If we're going to be successful in our ambitions, we also need to see the work we do in our separate regions and then stand together. But also, it also applies to infrastructure. We need to create some possibilities where we can also transfer energy, but also improve the efficiency that we currently have, and especially if we're going to be the first global region that is carbon neutral. All right, we'll move down the list of speakers. Lena's reply is also a reminder that if you want to have a reply, please sign up on the list. And if you wanted to reply, you need to do it during the 2-minute speech. So there is every possibility. We have 1 hour for each item, so there is plenty of room on the list of speakers if you want to sign up for the floor. All right, next speaker is Simon Holström, Center Group.
Thank you, President. The world is losing the struggle against different ecological crises. The same thing goes for the Nordics. We have per capita relatively high emissions of greenhouse gases, and we're consuming like we had another 2-3 planets at our disposal. And the Nordic collaboration can play a decisive role in speeding up the green transition. We have an unutilized potential in collaborating in different relative policy areas, but we're not fully utilizing that potential. The Nordic Green goal is not just natural resources, but also our attitude towards the environment and how we use resources. We have to remember the basic thought behind the Nordic collaboration, which is that our countries alone are too small to manage big, complex problems. However, if we add all our economies together, our GDP is the size of Russia's, and that means that we are the biggest global trading partners, and that is where we also have the diplomatic strength to grow. With our Nordic welfare system, we're well equipped to carry out this just transition. In the Center Group, we're convinced that the Nordics could become a great power in the green transition, and together we could bring developments to a new level altogether. So when entering into a new vision period, we feel that the Nordics has to be more courageous. We have to dare to deal with the tougher issues. And in the light of yesterday's discussions, we now need to be more concrete. The Center Group wants us not just to have reports, meetings, seminars. We also have to have concrete objectives. We have to work towards harmonizing necessary legislation, and we have to exchange experiences to reduce bureaucracy, increase transparency, as well as inclusion. And we also have to work with environmental and climate issues together at an international level. And that goes for all areas, not least climate, the natural environment, ocean consumption, waste, land use and bioeconomy. That is how we can show our vision and become the most sustainable region.
Thank you. No one has asked for the floor for a reply. Next speaker is Lene Westgård Halle, representing the Conservative Group in Norway. President, dear Nordic friends, change to preserve, that was Edmund Burke, the father of conservatism. It is the most conservative doctrine that also best describes climate policy. We are not only the guardians of the earth, we are also, and then representing in English, and will also protecting the environment. No generation has a freehold on this earth. All we have is life tenancy with a full leash. These were the words of Margaret Thatcher in 1988 at the Tory Congress. Green politics has no borders. It doesn't fit along the socialist conservative axis because the Conservative Party does not own some of these conservatism, even though some of the leftist side seems to present that they own climate policy. We have good solutions because we also base them on the market economies. No one else has these inbuilt mechanisms such as for innovations and other things that they can, as Thatcher said to the United Nations. The challenges that confronts the whole world demands an equivalent response from the whole world. Every country will be affected and no one can opt out. We should embark on its highway to success and not be fearful of failure. No regions can be as hopeful as the Nordic region. No regions have as good preconditions to succeed with the green transition as the Nordics. Dear friends, we can do this together. Thank you, Lene. Someone has asked for a reply. Lorena?
Jag reagerar.
Well, I reacted to the fact that you talked about the market economy having all solutions within the area of sustainability. And I wonder, the market economy, how did it solve things or have solutions when countries privatize water with everything that means for agriculture and people in those countries? And also in trade agreements with the various countries in the global south, we allow, for example, the sale of chemicals that are banned here because they're hazardous for humans and the environment, but we feel that it's absolutely okay that those companies sell those in the global south.
Lena, yes, an excellent question. I understand that you raised this question. I believe that a well-regulated market economy, not a free market economy, but a well-regulated market economy, can make sure that we have offshore wind projects, we have carbon capture and storage solutions, and despite of what the Social Democrats are saying, that in the longer term we won't need oil and gas. Historically speaking, I believe that the socialist policies have actually been devastating for the nature. Just look to China or look to the devastations in Venezuela. It's rather challenging for me that one side of the political spectrum wants to own the climate challenges. We have challenges on both sides, and we offer good solutions on both sides. But market economy is a prerequisite in order for us to be a success. And in the Nordics, we have this. We do have a well-regulated market economy. Thank you. Let's move on down the list of speakers. All right, someone asked for a reply a bit too late. Sign up for an intervention if you want to. Next speaker is Oripal Johansson, Nordic Green Left, representing Iceland.
President, jeg skal snakke på Við á Norðurlöndunum.
I will speak in Icelandic. In the Nordic region, we have every precondition to lead the way when it comes to doing what we can in order to become carbon neutral. We can learn from each other, share experiences, and we can cooperate, on producing results in the circular economy and also to achieve the climate goals that the United Nations have set. In order to achieve such results, we need to change the system that we have in our societies. And earlier, an important proposal was mentioned. We need to cooperate to bring down emissions from the oil and gas. Unfortunately, it was not carried, but we need to be clear that humans are the only animal on Earth that use all resources, and we now find ourselves in different situations. I mean, the carbon footprint is huge, especially in Iceland, and it's important to see how we can also reduce the negative impact to achieve the goals. And we can work together in the Nordics to stay on the course towards the 1.5 degree future, and also to reduce licensing. And we cannot continue to ruin our nature. That's not the way forward. All right, next speaker on the list is Stefan Eklöf, representing Nordic Freedom in Sweden.
Tack, herr president. Vi ska ha höga...
President, we are to be ambitious when it comes to the climate so that we can hand over a good environment to future generations. We are to work with developing new technologies, new concepts. We have to work with efficiencies where we look for efficient solutions and we say no to things that are inefficient. The climate issue is important but also difficult, and that is why it's so important to carefully check all measures and see what impact that measure would have directly or indirectly globally. That is the only thing that matters. To fulfill international agreements could help with working with the global climate, but then other countries have to follow suit. And now the Nordic Council of Ministers have asked two researchers what the Nordics can do to improve the climate. And we've heard that it's about technologies and developing technologies, because if we can find new technologies that has less of an impact on the climate and is not more expensive, then the entire world will want it. And the same thing, finding products with less of a climate footprint. There are risks, however, that we forget about protecting the environment. The climate is very important, but we also have to remember our Nordic nature, because there we are the only ones having a responsibility, and we know what makes a difference. We need to manage nature and climate. We also have to remember finances, rural areas, cultural sustainability, etc. And here we need to look at where we have the balance, because almost always there is a conflict, and it needs about efficiencies that we need to focus on, not just some symbolic measures. We owe that to our citizens.
Thank you. Lorena Delgado Varas has asked for the floor.
Thank you. I want to comment on two things, actually a third one as well that is related to what you said. You mentioned that research and development is incredibly important to get a sustainable Nordics. And then I want to know, in Sweden, we've seen that many of our universities that do not have enough of a budget to have proper research being done. And we've also seen that there is a lot of concern because there are calls for more stringent rules to make it more difficult to have labor immigration. And the technology companies have said that that is a big problem, because much of the competencies that we need in Sweden for the climate transition will have through labor immigration. And how does that work together with research and development? Reply. Well, now we're switching focus to domestic issues and immigration issues. That was not what I spoke about. But in each individual question, you have to look at the balance. The previous governments in Sweden have not been very good at managing such conflicts. And that is what we're doing today. That is what has changed.
En replik till från Simon.
Thank you, Simon Holmström, representing the Centre Group, has asked for the floor.
Nordisk frihet.
Well, what Nordic freedom tends to forget with this address is the level of consumption that we have in our Nordic societies today that adds pressure to natural resources. We cannot solve everything with technology. We also need to look at behaviors, and through legislation we can steer behaviors towards something that is more environmentally friendly. For example, consumption of meat, and what you might think about as symbolic measures, but it's not just the symbolism. It's reducing pressure on our natural resources, because that is what we need, and that is why we're discussing these issues. It would be nice to hear from Nordic Freedom that consumption is important as well, because this is something that Nordic Council of Ministers have known for a long time, and it would have been nice to hear that from Nordic Freedom as well. Please go ahead. Well, my thesis is that we should look at efficiencies and not focus on symbolic measures. We need to check each proposal and we need to see if it has any benefit. And well, 2 minutes is very little. I could have talked about consumption as well, but I didn't have time and I haven't really heard any counter proposals. And consumption could do something globally, yes, and that is something that we should look at carefully. But here as well, we need to balance that against other important issues and the possibilities, not the least for citizens to live good lives, and what other alternatives are there for the citizens. But that is one of those areas where we could do something at a global level.
Thank you. I haven't noted any others who have asked for the reply. And we move down the list. The next speaker represents the Nordic Youth Council. Thank you, President, members, and other listeners. Many have been fascinated when we visited the Reykjavík and also the opportunities of the green transitions with the innovation. It's not only on Iceland when there are good preconditions for the transitions, but we also need to pitch in the rest of the Nordics in order to meet the goals. Namely, the Vision 2030 that Nordic should be the most sustainable region is also dependent on us acting. The green transition is of great importance if we are to continue to live comfortable lives in the Nordics and on the planet. Like I said, we do have good preconditions for finding sustainable solutions, but it's important also to have business, civil society, individuals, to mention some, in order to own up to their inherent potential. And we can all do more to... we have mineral resources. Norway can also do more in order to continue to work with the hydropower, and we also have thermal energy, where we learned more about that. Finland can also develop nuclear power, and in Denmark there is also wind power that is part of the energy mix. It's important that the Nordic countries also own up to the commitments to reach the Paris Agreement's goals. The Nordic Youth Council would also like to see that the members of the Nordic Councils can also phase out fossil fuels. Even though this will not be manifested today, it is also clear that the Nordic Youth Council supports fully the reductions mentioned, and we hope that we can also find acceptance for this input in the new vision. Thank you. We move down the list of speakers. Kjell Arne Ottosson, representing from the Centre Group, Sweden. You didn't finish earlier. All right, thank you. Well, I mean, you, of course, encourage us to ask for the floor if we can't finish, like I said earlier. It's not only the Nordic Council that says that we want a Council of Minister for Infrastructure or Transport. There are many other players in our societies that clearly points to the need for such a Council of Ministers. String, for example, that is a cooperation who works to promote a green hub. Green investments and also sustainable solutions and sustainable infrastructure between Oslo and Hamburg. When I visited the committee, it was clear that they need every help whether we can give them by a Council for Transport Ministers and input so that they can do their job. And NLA, Nordic Logistics Alliance, representing a lot of ship owners, that means that we cannot develop common goals, then, I mean, what will happen? We will be a general store with a lot of initiatives that will create more obstacles than harmony between the Nordic councils. Road transport is by nature hypermobile industry with a lot of border crossings. And developments show that you lose competitiveness if countries don't cooperate and also make decisions regarding joint Nordic dimensions. Because, dear friends, that is what makes a difference in everyday life. We also face challenges when it comes to green transitions, both on land, in the air, and at sea. Many countries don't coordinate efforts. Is it socioeconomic most beneficial? Will it give the Nordic any extra benefit, or can we actually become the world's most integrated region? I mean, that is the question. All right, Gunilla Carlsson, the Social Democratic Group, you've asked for the floor. Thank you, President, and also thank you for your speech. Today, we have a conservative government supported by the Swedish Democrats in Sweden, and I know that this is a question that have been driven by you and Andreas Carlsson. He's the Minister for Transport in Sweden, a colleague of yours, and just a few weeks ago, he was in our parliament at the Rostrum and said that he didn't want any Council of Ministers for Transport. And my question is, how will you work in order to get your own minister to support this demand that the Nordic Council has for such a Council of Ministers? Yes, please respond. Thank you for your questions. I will continue to work precisely as I have done. And it was earlier it was Gunilla Carlsson's minister who was the transport minister in Sweden, and he was in favor until there was a vote in the parliament. Then suddenly they were against it. I will work as we can do when you are in position, work from within, and then I expect that Gunilla Carlsson and her also fellow party members will also continue their work, ask questions, follow up. And if we are going to move the attitudes of people, then we need to work on several fronts. Because Sweden is one of the countries that opposes the establishment of such a Council for Ministers. I will continue to work in favor of creating such a Council of Ministers for Transport. Okay, I have one speaker left, Marius Arion Nilsen, representing the Norwegian Progress Party.
President, the Nordic region has all the prerequisite for a green shift if you have a sensible energy policy and if you understand our scale in the world. In the Nordics, we live far north in very dark and cold countries where it's energy intensive to live and use our countries. Norway is Europe's biggest provider of energy. Oil and gas, we've heard a lot of criticism of that today, but International Pina Colada that you refer to all the time, they say that we still have 25 million barrels of oil per day, and 50% of the gas in 2050 should come from democratic countries. So I'm very glad that the motion presented was not adopted earlier. Fossil energy could not be replaced by renewable energy by will only. The last 30 years, the energy consumption in the world has increased by 60%. Thousands of billion kroner has been spent on renewable energy, but this has gone down from 14 to 12% in the same period. We have hydropower, we have wind, we have geothermal energy, we have nuclear energy in our region and so forth, but we need to do this more efficiently and avoid any symbolism here. Okay, thank you. Reply, Marius, there's an intervention from Ola Elvestuen. Yes, thank you. I will not argue with you, but I want to ask if it's a realistic policy. As an independent delegate, are you rallying behind the objective in the Paris Agreement and the agreement that Norway and Iceland are a part of with EU in order to achieve or reach these goals? Thank you, President. Norway is able to achieve the climate goals if we include forests and other elements. This is an ongoing discussion in Norway. But of course, we mean that you need to have sensible and realistic objectives. And in most Nordic and European countries, that is not the case. When you say that you will achieve these goals by 2030. I'm not going to guess about this. I think it is possible to achieve these goals, but then you have to take into the equation all elements like forests, etc. Yes, I don't know. There was a reply that was signaled a bit late, but there is a reply here. I didn't completely understand your answer. Elvestuen asked you if this delegate is rallying behind the Paris Agreement. Do you support the Paris Agreement? Yes, the delegate supports the Paris Agreement. I mean that we need to have sensible objectives. Nobody has nothing to gain from unrealistic objectives. So there is a balancing act that needs to be done here. And you have to calculate this based on the country's situation. I don't know the other countries, but absolutely, I do support the Paris Agreement. But I wish that we had more realistic objectives. Okay, I haven't recorded any more replies, not any names on the speaking list, so I consider this discussion as closed, and I have a secretary next to me that is looking after me. Here we also have a summary at the end, which is going to be delivered by the President. So I give the floor to Gudleikur Thorarson now for his summary of the discussion.
Já, forseti og þingmenn, takk.
President, parliamentarians, thank you very much for an excellent discussion. I think that this shows a lot of things. First of all, we have a discussion that shows that we are not all in agreement on the political front, and that's okay. But in order to obtain results, we need to exchange our views. There's not always harmony, but in the climate, for climate issues, we need to take care of diversity, but also preserve the nature, because nature represents big values, not only for us, but for the future generations. But at the same time, we agree on the fact that the Nordic countries have a very good position in order to achieve good results and to lead the way in this work together. This does not necessarily mean that we agree on everything, but that's fine. But if we are not able to achieve our objectives, then we send a bad signal to those who follow us, because everyone knows that we have good preconditions. We need to have ambitious goals, and we have to be optimistic in this work in order to progress, and it is very important for us to achieve the objectives. There is a reply from Stefan Eklöf, Nordic Freedom. Yes, can I start? I'll wait a minute. Thanks, you, Minister. I was just wondering if the Minister will bring along the question to the action plan, which is that each proposal that is made should be checked against the global climate work. Yes, you can choose if you want to come to the rostrum to answer or if you want to remain seated in your place.
Ønsker ministeren at spørsmålet gjentas?
Do you want the question to be repeated? Asks the President.
Ég vona að ég hafi þakkað fyrir fyrirspurnina og ég vona að ég hef...
Thank you very much for this question. I hope I've understood it correctly. These are, of course, inputs to our action plan. And if I understood you correctly, you were asking if we can use this in the big picture. And my answer to that question is yes. It's not only about the interest of the Nordic citizens. But I know that other countries are looking to the Nordics, and they know that what we do have a bigger influence if you only look to our size. And I think that many of the parliamentarians who are sitting here are of the same opinion. And of course, we will bring along all the ideas that we've heard here. Thank you, Minister, for your introduction, for your summary, for your answers to the questions, and thank you to all the people who have made presentations and have taken part in the discussion. We will close this session about the Green Nordics, and we will break until 14:45, and then we will discuss a competitive Nordics. And these are interconnected, of course, the green and a competitive Nordic region.
Absolut.
many problems facing them when I came in.
Okej, da må vi finne...
All right, please go back to your seats and also all those who are still outside enjoying their coffee, please help us bring them back in.
Fint om alle sammen.
Yes, well, we're waiting for everyone to return to their seats, and we would like to ask everyone outside in the hall to come back in to continue. Almost 5 minutes of the speaking times have now passed.
Det virker som det mange bilaterale konferanser ute I gangen.
There seems to be a lot of bilateral conferences outside this hall. But we're ready to continue the second part of this debate, Section 9.3, Strategic Goal 2, Competitive Nordic Region. I would like to point out the rules that still applies. You may also add your name on the list of speakers. You can also ask for a reply both to the minister's presentations and other interventions. Well, this worked well in the previous session, so I think that we will continue here. And we also have our president who is now taking his seat. So, well, it's a privilege for me to actually pointing this out from the podium. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce the first speaker in this session, who is the Minister for Universities, Research and Innovations on Iceland, Aslaug Anna Sigbjørnsdóttir. You will give us an introduction. And of course, if anyone wants to reply to the minister, you may also ask for the floor. And if so, we will just move down the list of speakers if there are none. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all here, and welcome to Reykjavík. I was was asked to address the topic of competitiveness in the Nordic region. And we can say that Norway has come quite far when it comes to becoming the most competitive region in the world. I believe that we can also take a joint look at some of the remaining challenges. We have a great deal of knowledge and expertise, and employment rates are also high, and we also enjoy a great deal of gender equality, and there are also other things, and we do well when we work together. And if we combine all the Nordic regions, we are actually one of the most important economies in the world. So what can we do in order to make our region even stronger? As Minister for Universities and Innovations, I believe that we can progress even further in the field of competitiveness. There are still some challenges when it comes to attracting all the labor we need, particularly in public services. And the education system is the very basis for allowing us to continue to be a knowledge-based region. The challenges that I have in mind are the ones that Iceland face particularly, but you also know them, and that is, of course, in the field of education. But also when it comes to strengthening some growth areas where innovation is important, we also have potential for both growth and increasing export revenues. In Iceland, we've tried to amend the legislation to make it easier for experts from other regions in Europe to come to Iceland to work here. And that's particularly important since innovative businesses have a lot of growth in Iceland and have set up businesses. And this also applies to digitalizations and artificial intelligence. We must not forget this. We have a lot of opportunities if we can make use of this. We need to be clear about how much we can gain from doing this. Of course, we are looking to what the other Nordic countries do. We can learn a lot from you, and you can also learn from us. Our growth in recent years have been based on the businesses, innovative businesses who have had quick growth. I don't want to waste more of your time, so that we can allow the time that you need for your debate. Thank you, Minister. And I would also like to reply that yesterday we also went on an interesting excursion that actually demonstrated a lot of the innovativeness there is in Iceland, and that also inspired us in our future work. No one has asked for a reply, but you will come back and summarize the debate later. Let's move on and progress down the list of speakers. Next, on behalf of the Presidium, Angelica Bengtsson, representing Nordic Freedom. Yes, thank you, President. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the Presidium. We live in a day of great challenges and changes. In recent years, the Nordic region has had a global pandemic that has had a heavy human toll and that has also impacted our economy and societies heavily. We've also seen tension increase in our areas. And these challenges also require us to stand united and stand strong as a region. We must also cooperate to fight for future pandemics and their consequences, and also to support each other with vaccine, medicine, health, and also economic recovery. There are also challenges in the field of logistics, for example, when it comes to large warehouses and ports where artificial intelligence may be of great help. But we shouldn't forget our vision for the future, a vision that the Nordic region should become the world's most sustainable and integrated region by 2030, a vision that is based on our joint assessments and values: democracy, gender equality, welfare, culture, and languages. In order to reach these visions, we also need to invest in our competitiveness. We must promote growth based on knowledge, innovation, mobility, and digital integration. We must support the creative industries that promotes our attractiveness and vitality and viability. We must also promote an inclusive region where everyone has the possibility to participate in developing our societies. Dear members, this is my picture of a competitive Nordic in a time of turbulence, a Nordic region that will not be struck down by crisis or threats, but see possibilities in these changes. Nordic region that stays united and help each other when need be, then that also pave the way for the rest of the world. I heard that my generations often are told that when you are grown, you won't have a job because robots will do your job. And partly this has been correct, but we have also seen new opportunities grow for new jobs and possibilities. And I'm really happy to see that. And I would also like to thank you for very good cooperation. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move to the next speaker. Next speaker is the Growth and Development Committee, and that is Stein Erik Løvaas from the Social Democrat Group. All right, our competitiveness is based on knowledge and productions, and what we produce and manufacture needs to be transported around the Nordics and the world. We are going to transport steel, paper, mining products, and fish. And as you will know, no one is more there's no more urgency than a dead Norwegian salmon, because it's going to Copenhagen, to Stockholm, to Rome in order to be as fresh as possible when it's eaten. And for that, it needs to be transported. So how you can not include transport in the strategy when you talk about the strategy for land, maritime and air transport? I mean, it's people who've paved the way in order to reach the vision that the Nordic should be the closest integrated region in the world. Transport needs to be part of it, and without a Council of Ministers for Transport, these visions will by far be impossible to achieve. At least it doesn't sound credible. Transport needs to be mentioned very clearly in the vision document, and a Council for Minister for Transport needs to be established, just as the Nordic Council in Akureyri in 2018 unanimously adopted. I heard that the minister didn't mention transport in her presentation. I hope that we can put that right, so that she, for the next presentations, will also mention the transport, both on land, in the air, and at sea, because if she does that, we will become the closest integrated region in the world. Next speaker is representing the Art and Culture Committee, and that is Katarina Deremar, representing the Center Group in Sweden.
Thank you very much, President. The Committee for Knowledge and Culture has, together with the Committee for Growth and Development, during 1 year, has focus area to find solutions on how we can attract more young people to go for an occupational education. We have numbers that see that we will lack 300,000 professionals by 2030. This is a huge challenge. 300,000 people should contribute to reaching the climate goal and the goal that the Nordic region should be the most sustainable and integrated region by 2030. The committee has, during the spring of 2022, organized a certain number of think tanks, and we have had participants from the Nordic Youth Group and parliamentarians that have made suggestions together with institutions. So we want to reach the goal that we have for this area. We want also that the Council for Research and Innovation, they have made available funds for focus on this area of education. And what we want is to see that this is a long-term priority. There's no quick fix here for this challenge, but if we are serious about this fact that we want to be a competitive region, that we are going to succeed with the green shift, we need very good and professional workers. So let's continue this work with a high level of intensity. Thank you very much.
Den klokka vi har her, den liksom til og fra, men det får vi bare leve med.
This timing is not good, but the next one is Lene Westgård Halle from the Conservative Group in Norway. I seem to have heard you up here before today. Yes, that is true. Dear Nordic friends, we are quite lucky. The Nordic region is the most amazing region to live in, to grow up in and to work in. We have fresh air, we have good social protection, and we are quite equal. That's also why we are the happiest people in the world. And personally speaking, I would be very happy if Norway and Denmark would be part of a union, but I'm not allowed to say that out loud. But we need to work together in order to secure a competitive Nordic region. But what does that mean? We have to promote green growth, digital integration, mobility, and we need to have the knowledge that is required to reach all these ambitious goals. And I would like to point out one challenge that is constantly growing, a challenge that we all share in our countries and which is completely basic that if we want to be competitive on the international arena, and that is to have enough power with the right skill sets. The companies in the Nordic, they are having problems finding the right labor, and that leads to reduced competitiveness. If we want to secure the Nordic welfare states and also solve the climate challenges, we need hands and we need also good heads. We've had a competitive edge in the Nordic before, but that is not something that comes along just like that. We need to have the skill set, and we have to match that with the competencies that we need today and also in the future. I think that was all we had from the different committees. We move on now to the party groups, and first delegate now is Åsa Karlsson from the Social Democratic Group and Sweden. Thank you very much, dear Nordic friends. I'm now speaking on behalf of the S Group, Social Democratic Group. We cannot forget that we are in a climate crisis and we don't have much time to solve these problems. Nordic research about the transition is necessary in order to secure that we reach the UN's global sustainability goals and that we have a region that is socially, financially, and environmentally sustainable. The green transition will create new challenges, especially when it comes to the labor market and the competencies. Knowledge is decisive here. We need the right competencies at the right place at the right time. And we need to do this right. The climate cooperation in the EU also requires the member countries to accelerate the green shift and the expectations for the investments that is being made. And it is also important to reduce the external dependence on energy. And this has been very important after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. It is very important to have the right competencies. We need an active labor market policy pointing to competence development, and we also need to focus on vocational training. And this is important in order to for the jobs that exist and the new jobs that are being created. And we need to focus on the needs that exist. And I'm especially thinking about information and communication technologies. New research and technique must be implemented if we want to become the most integrated and sustainable region in the world. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's move on to the next speaker, Hanna-Katrin Fredriksson from the Center Group. President, dear guests, we have a very good discussion here today about these three strategic objectives. And now we're talking about the second objective, to secure the competitiveness in promoting green growth, innovation, mobility, and digital integration. The basis for the competitiveness is all about people. The Nordic countries are competitive when it comes to people. This is the basis of our competitiveness in other fields. And that does not separate between those who are born here or people coming from elsewhere. So my conviction is that the most important part of this vision is education and culture. That's the basis for our competitiveness. We are very lucky when it comes to our natural resources, green financial growth, digital integration. All these goals will be reached primarily by education and culture. The President of Iceland reflected on the advantages of the Nordic model here today. And he said, perhaps it's because we have a very good balance between the individual and the society. And I think that the President, as he often has, is quite right in what he says. There is a very important connection between the individuals and the society. And education and culture is decisive, and the role of the Nordic Council is more important than ever when it comes to these two factors. I'd like to underline that here. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Johan Hultberg from the Conservative Group. He is from Sweden. You have the floor. Thank you very much, President. Nordic should be the most sustainable region in the world by 2030. That is a marvelous vision, but a vision is nothing without action. We need to work on these words and these formulations, and we do that, but we can and we need to do more, much more. This is particularly important and very clear when we see what happened during the pandemic. During these pandemic, our national borders became very clear. People had problem to move across borders, and the gap between the vision and the reality became bigger during this pandemic. And now, in the wake of the pandemic, many people are wondering if they can believe on this vision, if you can build your life, your activities in a cross-border fashion in the Nordic area. What happens when there's another crisis? Of course, we need to create a faith in Norden as the most integrated region in the world, but we need to deliver more concrete results. Projects are good, but the most important in order to increase the interaction in Nordic is to make it simpler to work, to travel, to study, and to run businesses across national borders. That is why it's important that we connect our countries better with physical and digital infrastructure, and the work on the freedom of movement need to be prioritized. And you asked for concrete input, so let me be very concrete. Give this committee a stronger mandate, let them work preventively, and we also need to take into consideration that the labor market is quickly changing. Let's look at our tax systems, our social protection system, because they need to follow these developments. And this we need to do if we want to become the world's most sustainable and integrated region by 2030. We need to work harder on the freedom of movement. Tobias Drevland Lund, Nordic Green left from Norway. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Everyone in this room have good grounds to be proud of our origin. We have beautiful people. Some of us do ski well, and we can have as many winter Olympics that we want, and fjords and mountains. But what makes me the most proud to be a Nordic citizen are the Nordic welfare state. They haven't come along by themselves, or this is not a gift. This is something we have been fighting for every day, a more just and fair society. In the discussion of what we have to do to create a more competitive Nordics, we have to preserve our welfare states and recognize that they are important to secure our competitiveness. That we take care of people that cannot work, that fall ill or are old. This is a strength. It makes it possible for us to be competitive because our workers are more productive, which some of the inquiries of the studies show. The most expensive for the society is poverty and low degree of trust between people. That is toxic for society. It's important that everyone who sits here from different parties and different parliaments do everything we can to turn around the numbers of children who grow up in poverty in our countries. It's important that we give them all possibilities. Meaningful activities, good schools, good kindergartens is important, and a focus on education, higher education, but also vocational training is important because we need these workers, especially in the health sector, as that has been said earlier. We have to work about the challenge related to labor, and it's important that we activate the labor reserve that we have in our countries and that we let those who want to work go to work. Thank you. Unfortunately, there is no reply for you, so you have to go down from the rostrum. And we will now move on with the speakers list. If you see here that we only have 2 people left, on the speakers list. So if you have very good input to this discussion on the vision, you can signal that. We have plenty of time. So if you want to take the word, you can give a signal during the two speakers that will come now. We first of all have Ann-Kristine from Uttersted, Nordic Region, Sweden. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket, herr president.
Thank you, President. Our Nordic countries have been gathered here to develop further our unique collaboration and in a wise manner develop our future vision for our part of the world towards competitiveness. We have the benefit that we live and work in a region that has helped us to reach this position with a modern, civilized society, and our Western values have brought us far. For example, we've been working with equality. And this has not happened because we were lucky in any what way, but because we have together been working hard, which means that we have that ability to act in a positive, determined manner. We're going to continue to do so, and we're going to broaden our perspective. And on behalf of Nordic Freedom, I would like to highlight three concrete items that are important for us to grow. I would like to start by highlighting our universities and our research. We have to step up our level of ambition, and we have to take the lead. Today, the Nordics is ranked number 49, whereas the US and the UK dominate at the top 10. And perhaps we should have as one ambition to be at least within the top 20 by 2030. The second thing I would like to mention is tourism. We have amazing, unique countrysides, not least here in Iceland, and together we can get the tourism and the tourism industry going in the Nordics. We could work together and that way create more job opportunities. Lastly, energy supply. That is a focus during this session, and we should be competitive, and we should have as an objective to export energy instead of making us dependent on other countries. Unfortunately, this is problematic with the energy supply in parts of the Nordics, and that is to a great extent, unfortunately, due to my country that decided to do away with the sustainable energy not too long ago. And that, as we know, to dismantle things, that's quick, but it takes longer to rebuild. That goes for energy, it also goes for culture, our values and our democracy. And here we have to have the focus of our vision. Thank you.
Vi har en intecknad igen, och det är Ungdomens Nordiska råd.
And then we have the Youth Council. I have no name on my screen, so you have to introduce yourself. And if someone wants to speak, you can still get your name on the speakers list. The Youth Council. Well, I'm Andreas Samuelsson and I represent the Youth Council. And quite simply, our vision is that we should have a competitive Nordics that promotes green growth and it's based on knowledge and innovation, mobility and digital integration. And these are objectives where we also have the proper preconditions. We should be taking the lead for creating the Nordics that we want for the future. The youth has to take the lead. And I would like to stress something that I think is important for our competitiveness and our future developments, and that is to create proper preconditions for startups. Youth, the young individuals who are involved in running startups. Well, the idea is to create innovation and create new opportunities, new solutions to challenges where we previously just saw problems. Startups and having your own business, well, that is also something that can create new jobs, even during a recession. We saw that during the COVID pandemic, for example, and we've also seen that now facing a potential economic crisis. Quite simply, we needed to simplify these processes. We need to have more capital available for small growing companies. We have to create that top-notch competence in the Nordics. We need to ensure that we can keep it. We need more Nordic solutions and Nordic problems. No one else will do this for us. And through this, we can create not just jobs. We can also build skills, competencies, create innovation and financial growth. And that is how we can also build a competitive Nordics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one has signed up on the speakers list, so I now give the floor for the Minister for University, Research and Innovation, Sigurmundsdóttir, who has the floor. I'm sorry about my pronunciation. I did my best, but you have the floor.
Takk fyrir og nafnið var vel borið fram hjá þér.
Well, thank you. You did pretty good when it comes to pronouncing my name. That is not all that easy. And I have to say that it's been a pleasure to listen to people that have spoken from the rostrum, and I've been reminded how important it is that we hear about opportunities, possibilities for the Nordic countries. I feel that in my ministry, well, I hold the future of Iceland in my hands, and that is what we're doing here as well. It is about the Nordics and our future, and here we need to look at education, innovation. These are not short-term objectives. It's about creating a vision for the longer term, and this is what we need to do for our region to develop towards 2030, 2040, 2050. And I would like to say that we have not just one, but several universities that were amongst the best in the world, and that we could show that we truly are a sustainable region where we focus on transition. It's about having top-notch knowledge, the best in the world, to be able to work with the digital transition and meet new challenges. Here we have questions like schools and universities and vocational training to deal with. And all of these challenges are challenges that we will manage, and we might do it in different ways, but we have to be courageous enough to use the opportunities that we have in our region. We are small countries, but we're close to each other, and perhaps we would like to see that we had less expenditure in various areas, that we could increase the tempo, and that is what I would like to see with our vision. And everything that has been said here today is about creating a system where young individuals feel that there are opportunities to invent, to present new ideas that will benefit society. And that is a type of society that I believe in. That is something that we need to build in the Nordics. We have many challenges, as has been stated here today, be it climate or digital aspects or infrastructure. Well, those are examples as to what has been spoken about from the rostrum, but the vision is to be able to make an impact, and here we need to act in order to get there. We need to be clear about what we want to do, and we also need to think about skills, competencies we need, and also competition that we see from other regions. We have to have a clear vision, and I would like to say thank you for allowing me to participate here today, so that I've been able to see all the power that we have within the Nordic Council.
Ministern, både
Thank you very much, Minister, for your good summary and your good presentation, and also thank you for taking part in this debate. It's an important debate on visions, and it's important for us to communicate our views to the Minister when it comes to the work that we do on our action plans. We have been very disciplined in this room. We have saved some time, and perhaps you think you will have a longer break, but that will not happen. We will just make a break now until 15:30. You have time to have a cup of coffee, and we will resume at 15:30 with the third session, and that is socially sustainable Nordics. Have a good coffee break.
Hjertesjokolade.
Du må gi ham det på det.
Jeg skal gjøre det når du har de ferdig her.
Jeg snakker med ham, og så snakker vi litt om sjokolade. Jeg visste ikke om det. Har du ikke fået noget fra Norge? Nej, jeg bare, okay. Så jeg tenkte, så jeg til Helge.
Ja, jeg må gjøre det super overrekter. Så har jeg en hjertesjokolade. Og så det kvikk, unnskyld. Det påskesjokoladen.
Fantastisk.
Da vi
All right, we are ready to address the last part of our agenda. Please come in and take your seats. We have now come to the last items on our agenda regarding this debate on future visions. We've had good discussions, good introductory presentations and interventions by so many. Even though we're late in the day, it's still possible to ask for the floor and for replies after the various speeches. Well, the next minister I've met in other contexts than this theme session, and that's the Minister for Cooperations for Iceland, who will be giving us an introduction. And Gudmundur, you have the floor, and therefore you can just start. You have 3 minutes. All right. President, I would like to start by saying that it's been very interesting to sit and follow the debate. We are now addressing the third aspect of our vision, the sustainable Nordic region. And apart from being Minister for Cooperation, I'm also the Minister of Social Affairs in Iceland. And as you know, with the Nordic region, the welfare, LGBTQ rights, and also our welfare systems and the labor markets that support our welfare model enjoy good rights, but there are still challenges. We could talk about gender equality and opportunities for LGBTQ persons and integration of refugees and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups in our society and who don't have the same opportunities as the rest. And also our ability to understand other Nordic languages have also become poorer. And the same is also to share cultural aspects. And we need to revive some of these initiatives after COVID if we are to become a sustainable Nordic region. Our cooperation have in recent years also met some challenges in the field of civil society, access to research, and also integration of immigrants, to mention some. We also have different goals when it comes to reducing differences between girls and boys in the education sector. We have also supported 500 projects, for example, for films and to increase the understanding of Nordic languages. And we also have LGBTQ projects and work to set up a new Nordic fund to support our language policies. When we talk about the future, then we would also like to ensure and incorporate sustainability in our work. And as I said initially, at the beginning of my speech, I would like to mention an example. I would have liked to see better results. and that concerns persons with disabilities, integration in society. And I believe that we should also bear in mind the United Nations sustainability goal and what they tell us about the rights of persons with disabilities. To build our society, it's important that people can move around in society and also that they are offered good services so that they can participate in the various processes and be integrated in society. For example, the use of user-controlled assistance are important here because this scheme has been developed in the Nordics. And when it comes to integrating people in the world of work, is important. The most important we can do as a society is to support persons with disability and help them to participate in the labor market and incorporate them in the world of work. I think that my time is up, but I'm looking forward to listening to your debate. Thank you. Thank you, Gudmundur, for your speech regarding this debate for a sustainable Nordic region. No one has asked for the floor for a reply, but you may still ask for the floor and ask questions or comments to this speech. And then Gudmundur will also have the possibility to sum up. Next speaker is Annette Lind, representing Denmark. Dear Nordic friends, dear Minister for Cooperation, the Nordic region is a role model for the rest of the world. We have built the Nordics stone by stone, and many people around the world also envy us because we have had ample opportunities to strengthen our welfare society. And on behalf of the Presidium, I'm happy that we have the possibility to discuss these matters, even though there's still some time before we are to present the action plan. It's important that we involve as many citizens as possible in the Nordics so that the Nordic countries can have some added value. And we are taking a lot for granted. In the Nordics, we need to be more self-sufficient when it comes to food, medicine, and also energy, and that will also make us less vulnerable to supplies from elsewhere. We should have a visionary plan for the future, and everyone should shoulder their part of the responsibility and ensure that we have a resilient society to cope with future challenges and to make sure that we also can balance some of the health issues. We will have more older people going forward and fewer children. But of course, there are many who have ill mental health, who have been excluded from the labor market. And we need to make up for this. We need more hands to help us in the health sector. And we should not take it for granted that this will come as a matter of course. And, Minister, we also need to see how we balance these responsibilities if we are to be the most sustainable and well-integrated region. Because that ambition was developed at a different in a different situation. A lot of things have happened. There's been a pandemic since we developed it. There's a war now. So I believe that this will also be discussed in the Presidium when we discuss the future vision. Because together we are stronger in the Nordic region. We can do more. And we're going to promote the Nordic welfare model and do more. Thank you.
Annette Lind, det ingen som har meldt.
Thank you, Annette Lind. We will move down the list of speakers. No one has asked for a reply. Next is Kjell-Arne Ottosson, representing Center Group.
Takk for det, president. Cato den eldre, romersk forfatter.
Thank you, President. Cato, I believe, ended all his speeches in the Senate by saying, well, apart from that, Carthago should be destroyed, regardless of the subject. And as a matter of fact, he got things the way he wanted it. We should not forget about our everyday lives and why we have the Nordic Council. Of course, we are to paint with broad brushes and have ambitions, but we also have to look at the actual problems that our citizens encounter when it comes to free movement. If we do not do that, we'll lose our legitimacy and we can just give up. We have to look at those individuals who live in the border regions and take into consideration those who commute across borders. Otherwise, we have no justification. Mobility is crucial also for social sustainability. And if we haven't understood that before, we did understand it during the pandemic. Never again close borders. If we are to have a social sustainable Nordics, you have to be able to travel to work. You have to be able to provide for yourself and your family. And you have to be able to do that also during the time of crisis. Physical obstacles on our borders will not lead to social sustainability. And you know, if you know me from before, that I could speak for a long time about this. But now we're going to look ahead. But at the same time, if you do not look behind you when moving forward, you have to be careful. We have to learn from our mistakes. And we have an amazing report from Jan-Erik Enestam. And I hope that that will permeate the work that we do with the action plan. And well, I'm trying to tell you that your time is up, says the President. Well, I do understand, says the Speaker. But I'll round off there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kjell-Arne. He represents the Growth and Development Committee. No one has asked for the floor, so if you want to take the floor, then you need to sign up again. The next speaker is Eva Lind, representing the Social Democratic Group in Sweden.
Nordiska vänner.
Dear Nordic friends, I'm up here in the rostrum to talk about the Welfare Committee and our thoughts on the vision. We wanted to have proud and high ambitions for social sustainability. We want to continue to strengthen the Nordic welfare model. And we also feel that the Nordic countries should continue to lead the way. We went to Brussels and we realized that no one expects that people expect us to lead the way, and we want to do that in the future as well. The young Nordics, secondly, has to be characteristic for what we do, and we have to have a special focus on vulnerable children and youth. We want to have a report and actions against child poverty. We need to coordinate action. 3. More and more bacteria can withstand antibiotics, which means that more people risk being seriously ill or even dying if they have an infection. And that is why we feel that we need to work against antibiotic resistance, and we need to prioritize that work for a long term ahead. 4. Equality has to be a continued priority, particularly now when we see that things are headed in the wrong direction. And this is something that we have to include in all other political areas. We need to work with this to achieve true sustainability. 5, visions have to be combined with action. We need to truly act to remove border obstacles to get free movement. We have to have, for example, shared digital solutions for health, welfare in rural areas, in other areas as well. And we need to ensure that we can have emergency vehicles traveling across borders to hospitals and the like. We have to be ambitious, and we have to realize these ambitions for true sustainability in all of the Nordics.
Eva Lind.
Thank you, Eva Lind. Next speaker is May-Britt Lagersen, representing the Social Democratic Group in Norway. And here she's representing the Knowledge and Art Committee. Socially sustainable integration is a just society and where everyone is included. It's also about the possibility that we all have to improve our society. The Nordic cooperations also play an important role in the socially sustainable Nordic region because culture also helps us understand our societies. In the art and culture areas, we have important institutions that also contribute to cooperations. We have a Nordic House here in Reykjavík and in Faroe Islands, and also we have in Greenland. We also have the Nordic TV and Film Fund, and we also have support schemes for various projects. And this jointly give us a common understanding of our cultural heritage and contribute to a socially sustainable Nordic region. But, dear friends, this is not something that can be taken for granted. People's trust in the societal institutions are challenged. And this is what we also call the trolls that appear with hate speech and threats online. And with confidence is also achieving a setback. We cannot take this for granted. In a previous program, our committee wants to focus on the freedom of expression, artists' the possibility to create the works of art. And in our committee, we also want to render this work visible, even in our budgets, because trust is the Nordic goal. And this was also established in a recent report. We're convinced that in the Nordic cooperations, we need to prioritize the cultural cooperations high so that we don't undermine the trust we enjoy. And language cooperation is an important part of socially sustainable efforts and for students to study and work in other Nordic countries is important. For doing that, you need to understand the language, and therefore we need to improve language skills among the young world. And finally, the committee is really concerned about the budgets and also the redistribution of funds. We need to strengthen this. Thank you. All right, your presentation was 25 seconds too long, but we'll take this due note of this. Next speaker is Simon Holmström from the Center Group in Åland.
Kommer det att vara möjligt?
Thank you, President. Will it be possible to get a political majority amongst the population for the transformation that is needed to solve the financial crisis? Well, issues are getting more difficult and we see more conflict between different objectives. We need to do what we can to increase the local and regional ownership for the green transition amongst the citizens and consumers. The Committee for Sustainable Nordics feels that it is important to discuss how to bring civil society on board, how to create that trust for what is new and how we can listen to different parts of society without risking the patience of investors. It is important to create a just transition, that we leave no one behind, and we have to share in an equitable way both the expenses and profits. Training, education is important. We do not have the labor that is needed to do what we can with the potential of the green transition. It's not just about highly skilled academics. It's also about vocational skills. We also need to learn from good examples from other countries. We need to be attentive. We need to have a dialogue. The Nordic countries that have been speaking in favor of inclusion and transparency for a long time, we've been doing a lot already, and we have a lot to gain from predictability and ward processes being byproduct of being attentive in various processes. And the youth, to have them involved is a question of legitimacy. And in the various countries, this is something that should be accompanied by a Nordic participation. A socially sustainable Nordic is a precondition for a quick green transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Just remain standing because someone asked for a reply. I mean, you stayed within your allotted time. Stefan Eklöf from Nordic Freedom has a reply.
Thank you, and thank you to Simon Holmström as well. Simon Holmström says that we need to inform citizens to get them on board on this transition that we want to accomplish, and I agree. But what it boils down to is, well, very often a balance, a choice between different roads and how to prioritize different things. And if citizens, after having received a lot of information, would want to have other priorities compared to what has been decided upon by politicians, should we listen to citizens or should we not? Simon Holmström. Please go ahead. Well, thank you, and thank you for the question as well. The committee feels that it is important with information that needs to be disseminated in the best possible way. We see that there is an information and knowledge deficit today amongst big parts of the population. Those who are more educated, they need to agree when it comes to the more progressive proposals concerning climate, for example. But it's also a matter of democracy. We do have democracies for a reason, where you vote for those representatives that you feel best equipped to accomplish what you want. And that is why we are here, after all. But the committee feels that it is important that the Nordics contributes, and that we have relevant fora where we can share knowledge to maximize the potential, using all the different knowledges that we have in the different countries. And we need to improve when it comes to disseminating information.
Thank you for your response. There are no further replies, so we move to the next speaker. But we have now finished with all the spokespersons for the various committees, and now we move to spokespersons for the various party groups. The first speaker is Maria Dyrhus, representing the Social Democratic Group, Denmark. A strong Nordic region requires strong cooperation. For our Social Democrats, it's important that we continue to protect, while at the same time develop and strengthen the Nordic welfare model. We're going to use and invest in the Nordic cooperation so that we can continue to learn from each other and develop jointly. In order for the Nordic region to become the most sustainable and best integrated region in 2030, we have to prioritize and work to promote social sustainability and equality in each country, but also to make sure that we can develop and use welfare services across our borders. The experiences from the pandemic proved that no one is strong alone. No one can do everything alone, but we can do the most and be the best and strongest when we resolve things together. We want to strengthen the conditions for Nordic cooperation to give our citizens better health services, and we also want to cooperate on the procurement of vaccines and medicines, and also see if it's possible that the Nordic countries can also purchase pharmaceuticals and vaccines jointly. And also the question of children and young people's mental health is something that we need to focus on, and we also need to put this on the agenda. The knowledge that we have accumulated in our countries needs to be collected and also to share it and to learn from each other and discuss what we can do to improve efforts towards children and young people's mental health. We're going to also develop best practice so that we don't lose any and that we can also help and treat them when they hurt. These problems must also be prioritized in Nordic work. Our children and young people are the best and most important thing we have, and they deserve that we invest in them for the future. Thank you, Maria. No one wants to reply, so you can sit back. Next speaker is Katarina Deremar, representing the Center Group Sweden.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Next vision period, we needed to do more to improve dialogue in society about those small issues that we have to have in order for our societies to work. Today, we're breaking with the tradition, and this is something that takes us some time to understand. Social media might mean that we do not have enough real meetings, physical meetings, which will lead to a lack of respect for others. We need to have bridges between different priorities, different groups in society. We cannot have anachronisms deciding how we live. We need to see other people's perspectives. And this is a transformation we're facing with digitization, the green transition. And decision makers have a responsibility to lead that dialogue and make citizens feel safe and secure with the transition. We need to show that this will lead to jobs and respect in society. Citizens have to be part of this transformation that we're now facing. Because this transformation is for the citizens and not against them. And our foundation with transparency and dialogue is important for this vision, for the green transition. Through dialogue, we can make a transition that is just and will ensure that there is proper ownership. Thank you.
Katarina.
Thank you, Katarina. Next speaker is Maria Stockhaus from the Conservative Group. She's representing Sweden.
Tack så mycket, ärade.
Thank you, President. Socially sustainable Nordics. Well, this is something that includes many different areas. In Nordics, we want to safeguard our welfare systems, the basic security. We want to have equitable educational systems, and we also cherish the climate and the environment. And we have challenges that lie ahead to live up to our ambitions. And part of the solution is AI, artificial intelligence, in Sweden. The Society for Digital Administration, the Authority for Digital Administration, has said that we can save billions of krona using the AI applications that are already available. And this is something that is important if we want to maintain our welfare systems, if we're to be able to finance them in the future as well. And this is part of the solution when we see that costs are increasing, and at the same time it's difficult to find the right staff. AI can also be important when it comes to making energy systems more efficient and to create more energy efficiency in societies. Apart from that, we can also save lives within healthcare, for example, when using AI for diagnoses, for interpreting X-rays, as an example. And AI needs data. The more data, the better the AI application will be. We're relatively small countries, and a well-functioning collaboration around AI and sharing data could help us in creating a sustainable Nordics. And if we become more ambitious, we could also be the world leaders in using AI as a support in creating a sustainable society. The Conservative Group feels that AI, that issue, and a high ambition in the Nordics, well, that is part of the vision that we're discussing.
Thank you, Maria Stockhaus. No one has asked to be given the floor for a reply. The next speaker is Kathy Lee, representing the Nordic Green Left and Norway. Thank you, dear friends. The Nordic is well known for their strong welfare schemes. We have strong social security schemes to cope with unemployment, absence due to sickness, disabilities, and maternity and paternity leaves and pensions. And we also have study support, and we are known to be the best and most equal country around the world. We have a high proportion of women that are occupationally active and also contributing. But we're still seeing that many people who used to cope with and fend for themselves no longer do that. The northern countries have also differently been affected by pandemics, war and energy crisis. Unfortunately, the gender equality has also seen a setback in the Nordics, and the difference between women's and men's pay have also grown in Sweden. And in Norway, we saw a report that showed that a number of women who were subject to rape increased from 1 of 10 in 2014 to 1 in 5 in 2022. There's also a labor market that sees that there's a division between the genders. I recently attended the UN Women's Commission in New York on the topic of women and technology. And women also receive a lot of more hate and harassment in social medias just because they're women. And they are still poor represented on boards and management than men, even though the Norwegian Employees Association have adopted gender quotas. The technology has been developed by and for men, and we need to do something about this. If Jorad and I are in the same car and collide, then he will probably have a greater chance at surviving than me, because seats and belts in cars have been developed for and by men. If we are to become the most equal and integrated region, we need to work actively to prevent violence against women, ensure gender equality in the world of work, and include more women in the development of technology. Not only because this is fair and just, but because it's smart and because it will contribute to a more sustainable society. Thank you, Kati. We go to the next speaker, who is Angelica Bengtsson, Nordic Freedom in Sweden.
Tack för det, president.
Thank you. I would like to address today the importance of strengthening the Nordic fellowship when we see more and more division and conflict. This is something that is important to maintain a strong Nordics. Being a Sweden Democrat, I feel that we are part of a Nordic family. We share our history, our culture, our language and our values. And we have many things to be proud of. We also have many things to learn from each other. The Nordic model has proven to be successful in creating a social sustainable society with a high level of welfare, little inequalities, strong democracies and respect for human rights. And this is a model that is being threatened today by other cultures that do not respect our societal norms. And this leads to increased segregation, crime, exclusion and conflict. And that is why we needed to fight for our Nordic identity and our shared heritage. We need to defend our right to decide on our own futures. We need to collaborate more with our Nordic neighbors in order to promote our shared interests and exchange experiences and knowledge. And we also need to take care of our nature and thereby our quality of life and our Nordic identity. We believe in a Nordics that sticks together, that is built on fellowship and not a division. A Nordics where we focus on our own citizens. A Nordics that is safe, free and with full welfare. That is how we can reach social sustainable Nordics. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica. Next speaker is Hanna-Katrin Fredriksson, representing the Centre Group in Iceland. President, dear friends, I would like to make a personal address. Last autumn, I was in Belgrade in Serbia as a participant at the Human Rights Conference in connection with Europride 2022. It was a big thing to choose Serbia to host it. It was the first time that the annual Europride was held outside the EEA. And the reason for this choice was to support the LGBTQ+ rights fight in Serbia and the southeastern part of Europe. It was not a simple task, and there were some threats and violence done against the participants. The reason why I chose to address this subject was the strong message that I received there while I was there. A strong message about the importance of using the Nordic countries as a role model, because the message is that to them, who are in the eye of the storm, in the midst of a battle to be who they are, it's important that they can look to us and also to see how we deal with the setbacks that we've now suffered in the battle for rights in favor of the LGBTQ plus people. And therefore, I greatly appreciate what the minister's message, Gudmundur Ingi Gudbrandsson's message, when he said earlier that the Nordic countries should all be at the top of our rainbow list of countries, because this means that we will have a socially sustainable Nordic region for all. Thank you.
Tusen takk.
Thank you. Next speaker is the Nordic Youth Council, and the next speaker will introduce himself. Mine is also Gabriel Danielsen, and I represent the Nordic Youth Council. I will speak Icelandic, so please put on your headset. According to the United Nations, you need to meet some requirements to have socially integrated region. It's important to support women's rights and other rights, also to protect labor rights, and also to live a healthy life where you have trust and you can have confidence in society. This has led to a series of requirements that must be fulfilled. But we also need to look to the fact that there are differences in our society. One also need to include the rights of elderly and also LGBTQ people and ensure that they have access to the same services. If you don't, then socially and gender inequalities will simply increase for certain groups. We need to ensure that the basic preconditions are met to embrace all groups in society. Only then can we say that we have achieved a socially sustainable society. Equality and equal rights don't mean that everyone have to be the same. It means that they all have the same opportunities, and that this happens without excluding anyone, regardless which group they belong to. We all should feel welcome in society, and the Nordic region is, of course, the best place in the world to be when it comes to socially sustainable rights. But we also need to ensure that legislation and contracts are abided by. We have torn down some barriers when it comes to our legislation, but there are also invisible barriers when it comes to conventions and culture. All right, thank you. The next speaker is Lorena Delgado Varas, representing Nordic Green Left and Sweden.
Så jag kunde inte låta bli.
I just had to. I would like to highlight the fact that today is the day of Islamophobia. And this is a hate that our Islamic citizens encounter every day. We like to talk about freedom of movement and obstacles, but we also have to remember that there are internal obstacles every day, and racism is such a thing. It prevents us from develop and live. And in times of turmoil like now, everyone should be able to feel safe and secure in their everyday lives so that you can participate fully in society, to be able to participate and to exercise your belief, your religion. Well, there should be no obstacles for anyone. I would like to say thank you to the Cooperation Minister, because we now have LGBTQI and disabled on the agenda. And these are grounds for discrimination that we should work with. I'd also like to say thank you to my party group for highlighting women's rights. Thank you.
Tusen takk.
Thank you, Lorena. And for the 7th time, next speaker is Jelana Ottosson, the Center Group.
Thank you, President. In Sweden, we have an expression saying that you talk about what you have in your heart. And perhaps that is true. And true for me as well. I am a representative in the Free Movement Group, also the council that we have in the Council of Ministers. And here we work with everyday issues. And unfortunately, I've been able to see that some of our ministers are not all that interested in doing away with these obstacles to free movement. They do not really seem to think about what portfolio, what responsibility they have, or what country they come from. And also when it comes to transport, we need to have a revision. And this is something that is decisive. We know that this is difficult, complex material that you have to understand. But what we see today is, unfortunately, that if you commute across borders in our countries, you are penalized, and that is not socially sustainable. And if you're considering whether you want to continue to work on another side of a border and then you continue to be penalized through different types of taxation or healthcare systems that are not synchronized, well, there is a risk that you leave that job. Mobility turns into a risk. And unfortunately, my friends, that is something we see today. This is part of people's everyday lives, and this is something that we need to address in the action plan if we want to reach our vision. And if we want to do that, we need to step up. We have to have a ministerial council for transport. We have to have better communication between our countries. We need to have free movement without physical obstacles. And we also need to look at legislative obstacles that are hindering job opportunities, even if it's complex and difficult, not least when it comes to what the ministers in charge of finance and taxation would have to do. But we cannot forget about people's everyday lives.
Thank you, Jelana Ottosson. Next speaker is Camilla Gunnell, representing the Social Democratic Group in Åland.
Thank you, President. We have been discussing competitiveness and a social sustainable Nordics. And I would like to address something that I feel might be wanting, and that is the labor market. If we are to have social sustainability, we have to have proper working conditions, and we need to defend the core values of the Nordic model, where we have a well-functioning labor market with the parties that negotiate wages, salaries, and conditions. And that is something that I would like to add to what we have been saying about a social, sustainable Nordics. We need to continue to work with proper working conditions so that people can manage their working lives. We need to ensure that we have a true equality and that it is possible to combine your working life with your private life. I also want to stress that sustainable working life within the difficult healthcare professions where we are short of staff. And we have to realize that the older generation is a resource that we could better utilize in the labor market. There are those who want to work also after the retirement age, and there are examples, other countries where people can work, maybe not as many hours, but they can be active in the labor market. And we have a gigantic challenge ahead of us with the demographics in our countries. At least in Finland, we need more active participants in the labor market, and it's always a good thing to have one other workmate that makes you cope long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla Gunnell. Next speaker is Gudmundur Ingi Kristinsson, representing the Center Group in Iceland. You have the floor. Thank you. I will speak in Icelandic. Well, one poor child is one too many. And it would be even worse if many children are poor. And we need to counter poverty among children as much as we can. We all have a good welfare systems in the Nordic countries, but this welfare system must also ensure that everyone in our societies can live good lives. But that's not always the case now. For example, persons with disabilities have encounter many problems, and we must ensure that we ratify the conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities. We must also try to eliminate all obstacles in society. I know that this may be difficult, that it may be difficult to live with disability, but people with disabilities do have opportunities. If I didn't have this, I would never have become an MP. Not everyone has such opportunities, but everyone should be given the rights and possibilities they have. Thank you, Gudmundur Gudmundsson. We have now gone through the list of speakers, and there are two who will share the summing up. The first is the Social Affairs and Labour Market Minister, and secondly, also the Minister for Corporations. All right, maybe you have 4 minutes, Minister, but maybe you can exceed it somewhat, but I don't want you to exceed it too much. You have the floor.
Já, kære
Dear Nordic friends, I would like to start by thanking you all for your contribution and speeches today. Under this heading, Socially Sustainable Nordic, the third strategy, I will be summing up the debate, but I would like to focus on this last point. Maybe we have heard that they focus on the well-being and mental health of young people, and also the poverty among children and young people. It's important that we continue our efforts in these areas. Equality and gender equality have also been mentioned, and efforts to counter the setbacks suffered in recent years. But of course, these setbacks also include LGBTQ persons, and there are organized groups who also work to promote equality for women and LGBTQ rights. These efforts also try to counter such hate speech and harassment, especially from religious groups and cultural groups. And we've also heard how important it is that persons with disabilities enjoy the same rights as other people, and that we also use technology. And, for example, that people with disabilities and the elderly can use technology so that they can also benefit from technological advancements. We need to make sure that they benefit from it. And we cannot talk about a socially sustainable Nordic region if we don't continue to work to promote these areas. And also the labor market are important. We need a sound labor market and inclusive world of work that includes more people and embrace more people to give them rights, for example, persons with disabilities, immigrants, and other groups that find it more difficult to get access to the labor market. Authorities need to help. A green transition was mentioned, and it's very important that we all participate and that socially sustainable work also includes these areas. And we have also heard that we need to protect and highlight the Nordic welfare model, and that we also distribute rights and services more equally in our society. Even though the Nordic region is one of the best regions to be in the world, there was still work cut out for us, and we must not forget the socially sustainable aspects. There has been a lot of interesting things to listen, and I will be wiser when I leave here and be inspired to continue to work on matters in cooperation with the Nordic Council and others. Thank you. Well, we will now move to the next topic to sum up the debate. Well, I mean, would you like to sum up the last part of this item?
Jeg ville gerne oppsummere.
Well, I can sum up everything if I have to. Well, actually, that's what I meant. So maybe you can come back up and sum up this entire session, Guðmundur.
Fleiri skref, þið vitið, síminn telur.
Well, thank you. I get some exercise, more steps, always a good thing. Then I would like to start with a summary of Green Nordics. We've been talking about climate issues, biodiversity, and consumption being something that we could work more with to get a just green transition. There's also been talk about a proposal, something that was discussed 5 years ago in the Council of Ministers about having a council for transport. I have to be quite honest and say that even if the Icelandic and Norwegian cooperation ministers have been wanting to work towards that objective, I think we need more assistance. So you need to put pressure on your respective ministers. That would be very helpful if you could do that. We are positive, at least some of us, some of the cooperation ministers. A competitive Nordics. Well, here we're talking about education, training, research as being important components of the work that needs to be done. And this, of course, is linked to social sustainable Nordics, where no one should be left behind. And there are many opportunities for us to strengthen the Nordics and become even more competitive. The green transition. Here as well, we have many common denominators, and we could strengthen the work of the Council of Free Movement, of course, to increase mobility. I've just talked about social sustainability, but I would like to address in this context something that I feel has to do with all these three strategic priorities. And here we have to understand that when working with the new action plan for 2025-2030, well, here the Council of Ministers is focusing on this. This is something that the Secretariat is working on, i.e. strengthening the collaboration with the civil society and various organizations in the Nordics. Here we have many who are active in different organizations and who are also interested in these issues. And here we have people who would be very important in these endeavor, also when it comes to disseminating knowledge and information. I would also like to say that the young generation has a role, not the least when it comes to communicating between the different countries. Here, the question of language is important, and I do not want to start a debate now about English possibly being the language of the future, but I would like to say that language cannot be an obstacle. Language cannot hinder our cooperation. That is extremely important. And the participation of the younger generation is so important, and not least when it comes to the green transition and the green issues overall. Because, well, those who are above 30 or maybe 40 years of age, well, for us, it is important, but it's even more important for the younger generation to be able to discuss what future we see for the Nordics. But I would also like to mention the older generation and the participation in society. I think that that level of participation has been going down lately, which is a trend we need to turn. We can do a lot of good things together. We can do many good things together, learn from each other, and together we can also get this Nordic added value that we haven't always been completely successful in getting. I would also like to conclude by saying that it's immensely important with the international collaboration. A few have mentioned that during the debate today. For example, the fact that the Nordics, that's also a brand internationally. And this is absolutely correct, because we are known for equality, to take the lead for equality, clean nature, etc. And none of these things are things that are given. It is a result of long, hard work, and we have to continue to work also on the international arena. We need to continue to collaborate, and we need to continue to support the Nordic values that we have built, because that is a prerequisite for being able to live in a welfare society with equality and social justice. And here I would like to say that I agree with those who've said that we need to work towards stronger international agreements. That is a way through which we can influence other countries so that we can put pressure on them. We can show that we need more of an ambition in international agreements, being about climate or plastic pollution. And all of these are issues that we need to continue working with, and we need to do so together. I would also like to say thank you for this debate here today, for all these interventions. And this is a picture that I would like to show you. I don't know if you can see what it is, but this is the plan for the work that is to be done over the next few years. This is what we're planning on doing in collaboration with you. And we're looking forward to also getting written proposals from you. And here I would also like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the Nordic Council and the Secretariat of the Nordic Council for allowing us to discuss all these issues here today. Thank you also to the Secretariat of the Nordic Council of Ministers, the 15 co-workers that are here today that have written down everything that has been said here today, and they're going to continue to work on this Nordic cooperation and the cooperation between the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers. Thank you. Gudmundur. Well, on behalf of the Nordic Council, I would like to thank you for your presence here during these sessions, and also for your active contributions and speeches. We greatly appreciate it. And as I've said earlier, the collaboration that we have initiated through the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers have been very positive. We have just started on our presidency, and I'm looking forward to working even more closely for the rest of the year. So this kind of is a payback time. I mean, you have tried to offer chocolate to influence our work. We have also, we want to offer you some Norwegian chocolates, both to continue the good collaborations that we have started, but also to, as a token of appreciation.
Da skal Helge Orten ha 2
Helge Orton will now spend 2 minutes to sum up the sessions on behalf of the Presidium.
President,
dear Nordic friends, 2 minutes to summarize such a long, good debate is almost impossible. I believe that the Minister for Cooperation summed up very aptly what has been said, and we simply endorse what he said. I would also like to commend the Minister and the Minister for Cooperation for also the inclusive process regarding the Vision 2030 and the cooperation program. It came up to a good start, and I hope that the follow-up will be equally good. In this hall, there are so many good ambassadors for Nordic cooperation. Many people who can take what we've said back to their own country, market the importance and also the vision we have for 2030 and how we can implement it, and enable us to actually develop a good action program that can also win a lot of support in the Nordic Council, because that would be the best tool that we could have in order to achieve our common vision. We've also received a number of good inputs during the day. I believe that it's been an interesting debate, regardless of whether I've been up on the podium or in the on the floor. And I hope that we can also adopt a concrete action plan, because we need to be concrete if we're going to achieve the goals. We face major and demanding transition processes, the green shift and other transitions. These are complex processes that we also need to work to achieve, but also we need to resolve people's everyday challenges, whether that is cross-border obstacles, unnecessary cross-border obstacle, or how we can jointly cross each other's borders to work, or also to ensure a good labor market or in the transport sector. All of these are important for our citizens to cope with their everyday situations. Many people have also mentioned that we need to think about the Nordic benefit, Nordic utility in the work. And that is because we need to spend our resources on what the Nordic region can benefit most from. Increased Nordic benefit or utility will be critical for the process that we will be embarking on, and it's also important when we are going to develop our visions and targets, and this require clear, good priorities. This has been a good day, many good speeches and contributions, and I heard that we can come together and also agree on a good action program to achieve the goals we've set by 2030. I thank you all for an interesting debate, and also the Minister for Corporations and the other representatives of the Icelandic government, not least the President, who've also contributed very positively to today's dialogue. So thank you, everybody. And I'm thinking that we will gradually return to our homes and promote Nordic benefits, Nordic work, each in our societies, as well as in the Nordic Council. I wish you the best of luck on this journey and efforts. Yes, so thank you, Helge, for your summary. We have now concluded item 9 of the agenda. There's just one item left, and that is the conclusion of the theme sessions, and I will now move over.
Ja.
Yes, also as Helge did, I would like to emphasize and thank Iceland, the Icelandic government, and everyone who have worked to arrange these sessions and all the planning to and help us do our work in a good, constructive manner. Today's debate regarding the action plan for 2030, regarding a competitive, green and socially sustainable Nordic region has been very inspiring, and we have learned a lot, and everyone has really been involved. We appreciate that. Each country in the Nordics are very small, but 27 million Nordic citizens is the 12th biggest economy in the world. And even though we are small on our own, we are also a major player in the world, and we should really nurture this and also make it clearer in Nordic cooperation going forward. We are a highly educated people. We also witnessed that yesterday at the excursion. There are progress made and advances in many technological areas, and what we saw was a very important topic. We're also going to have a conference on vocational training in Haparanda in March, where we're going to talk about the labor market and access to labor, because there's a shortage in Norway. We say that we more easily run out of human resources than money. And this, is, of course, reflects the Norwegian situation, but there is a great competition for labor and to have skilled workers and can support the competitiveness of our business and industry, and also develop the competence and expertise in the health sectors are important going forward. The Nordic welfare model is something that we should be proud of. Many countries are looking to us in the north to see how we have developed our model. It was not done the past decades, not the past 50 years, but over generations. We have developed our societies individually, but also based on strong cooperation. And all good forces that can create good developments are appreciated, both when it comes to equality, equal pay, equal participation, so that no one feels excluded in the work ahead. I believe that that will be very important to maintain the Nordic model ahead. We're going to part and go separate ways now. We're going to have various processes in the Nordic countries, but there will be summer meetings, and we also hope that the safe, secure and young Nordic region, we have received many inputs for this, as Gudmundur said, so that we can also use it to develop the action plan towards 2030. The Nordic Youth Council will have its summer camp at Utøya Island in Norway. Nordic youngsters come together and also join forces with the Ukrainian youth who live here, and they are going to exchange experiences and also build friendships and hope that they return strengthened to Ukraine. And what they've done so far is like a great plan. Dear colleagues, dear friends, we have now come to the last item of the agenda, namely the conclusion of this session. We live at a time of uncertainty, and therefore it's important to come together to discuss solutions, like we've done these past 2 days in Iceland, to also find new paths forward. I would like to thank all the members of the Nordic Council. They have attended, participated actively, and been very important to ensure future cooperations. And we've also had an excellent host in Iceland. And also our personnel, our staff, whether they be here up front or our excellent interpreters who try to translate us into words and languages that will be accessible to all. You have worked long days during these sessions. A great effort, and we appreciate it, and the results are wonderful. On behalf of the Norwegian delegations, we look forward to invite everyone to the ordinary main sessions in week 44 in Oslo. It's some kind of anniversary because we're celebrating the 75th sessions, and it's in week 44, and there is an election on the 2nd of April in Finland, and we hope that we won't be missing too many. Every 2 years, there are several countries that hold general elections, and therefore there is a great turnover among the members of the Nordic Council. But that's also part of democracy. And I mean, sometimes we can't be in two places at the same time. With these words, I would like to thank everyone again and wish you a safe journey home. And we're looking forward to meeting you at the next crossroads. And there is a gavel here so that we finally formally conclude this session. Thank you.